Egypt, the richest source of archaeological treasures on the planet.
Oh, wow, look at that!
Hidden beneath this desert landscape lie the secrets of this ancient civilization.
I never seen something like this.
Now, for a full season of excavations, our cameras have been given unprecedented access to follow teams on the front line of archaeology.
This is the most critical moment.
Revealing buried treasures.
We're lucky today.
Wow, lots of mummies.
The smell is horrible.
And making discoveries that could rewrite ancient history.
We've never had the proof until now.
This is where it all started.
My goodness, I never expected this.
This time,
I'm going to start from here.
Kathleen is in search of the lost tomb of Cleopatra.
I have to go down and see.
Calliope digs up a city center in the hunt for the Queen's capital.
Look how big it is.
Uncovering heroes and kings.
Amazing. Helmet and weapon means a warrior.
And in the ancient Egyptian land of the dead,
You feel that something here.
Beher and his team move mountains
It seems it's still alive.
in search of lost pharaohs. The floodplains of the River Nile, home to one of the longest-lived civilizations of the ancient world, and the burial ground of pharaohs for over 3,000 years. But not all of Egypt's rulers built giant monuments to mark their final resting place. Some tombs remain lost, and there is one that the world is desperate to find. The last resting place of Cleopatra. Last year, Dominican archaeologist Kathleen Martinez discovered traces of a large void beneath the ruins of the northern Egyptian temple of Taposiris Magna.
Wow, I'm gonna cry. I'm so happy.
She believes it could hold clues to, or perhaps even be, the lost tomb of Egypt's final pharaoh.
We have this temple which was dedicated to Osiris and Isis. It could be the final resting place of Queen Cleopatra because she was the human representation of goddess Isis. It fit perfect with Cleopatra's story.
At the time of Cleopatra's death, Taposiris Magna had been a religious sanctuary for more than 2 centuries. Thick walls protected an area the size of a city block. Egyptians would come to the temple complex to worship Isis and Osiris. Here, archaeologists unearthed broken statues of Isis, the goddess Cleopatra most admired. They also discovered an alabaster bust of the legendary queen and a broken mask resembling portraits of her lover, the Roman general Mark Antony. Could this mean that Taposiris Magna is Cleopatra's final resting place? It's a theory Kathleen has been meticulously building for more than a decade.
The last queen of Egypt was an extraordinary woman. She was a goddess, she was a warrior, she was a queen, she was a mother, and she fascinated me.
To excavate down to the void beneath the temple would mean destroying 2,000-year-old Egyptian heritage. But Kathleen believes there may be a better route.
One of the main objectives when I came to Taposiris Magna was to discover possible tunnels, passages underground that might lead me to tombs. Right now I have 14 tunnels discovered and 7 chambers. I believe one of those tunnels will lead me to the tomb of Queen Cleopatra.
Only a few sections of the 14 underground tunnels have been explored. Any of them could lead Kathleen to her target, but she can only access the subterranean network via precipitous shafts. With a potential drop as deep as an 8-story building, she can't take any risks.
There is a big problem because the way they place the ladder, it's crazy. This is like committing suicide. We risk our lives every day trying to solve the secret of Taposiris Magna.
Without a long enough ladder, Kathleen's team can't get to the tunnels she hopes to explore. She needs to extend the ladder, but that requires a blacksmith.
I say I need it in 1 hour. They say, well, maybe 2. We are discussing.
1 hour.
1 hour, but when we go down, we will find Cleopatra.
If she can't get a longer ladder, the secrets below ground will remain out of reach. 30 miles to the east is one of Egypt's busiest cities, Alexandria. This was Cleopatra's capital, the center of power for her family line, known as the Ptolemies. Calliope Limnaeos Papacosta has been unearthing the treasures of Ptolemaic Egypt for more than 10 years. Among them, an incredible statue of the legendary conqueror of the ancient world, Alexander the Great.
This is the most important moment of my life, the discovery of this statue. When I took the soil out of his face, I was sure I faced Alexander the Great, the founder of the city of Alexandria, the hero of the Greeks, the hero of the Egyptians after that, the hero of all the nations that he conquered.
Alexander's city was a Mediterranean powerhouse. It flourished for almost 300 years under the Ptolemies, until rule passed to the dynasty's final queen. Born in 69 BC, Cleopatra was the daughter of King Ptolemy XII. Her father died when she was 18, and Cleopatra became queen. But she had to share the throne with her 12-year-old brother, and also marry him. He sent her into exile, but she smuggled herself into the company of Roman dictator Julius Caesar and persuaded him to help reinstate her as queen. Educated in the famous Library of Alexandria, Cleopatra spoke several languages and became known for her intelligence and political skill. She led Egypt's forces into battle and kept the country independent right up to her death. Cleopatra's capital once boasted unimaginable wealth. Today, its remains are buried. Calliope's mission is not to dig up Cleopatra's body, but to uncover her life. Her target is Cleopatra's home, the ancient royal quarter. It could hold long-forgotten secrets of the Egyptian queen, as well as her ancestors.
In the area of the royal quarter, Ptolemy IV constructed a huge mausoleum. All the Ptolemies were buried in this mausoleum, except one, the Queen Cleopatra.
Calliope hunts in Alexandria's equivalent of Central Park, Shalalat Gardens. It's here that she discovered her marble statue of Alexander the Great. But this dig is no walk in the park. It's a fight against nature.
Our target is the Ptolemaic level, and this level is lower than the water table. It's a huge project, pumping the water now 24 hours per day. But we believe that this area has a lot of secrets to be revealed.
If the pumps fail, the site will be drowned, destroying an entire season's progress in a matter of hours. 400 miles south of Alexandria is Luxor, site of the ancient capital of Thebes. This was the heart of the ancient Egyptian culture that Cleopatra inherited and ruled over. The city was the seat of Egypt's pharaohs. Their tombs are scattered throughout the nearby Valley of the Kings. But like the tomb of Cleopatra, many have never been found.
We can remove this debris from here.
Baher Geber and his team are here to scour the mouth of the valley on the mountain site of Dra Abu El Naga.
Oh, wow, this is the linen. It means that we should have a mummy.
And he has a particular lost pharaoh in mind.
We are missing one of the tombs in Valley of the Kings, the tomb of a king called Imhotep I. We are thinking that this king had been buried here in Dra Abu El Naga.
Amenhotep I was among the early kings of the famous 18th dynasty. His successors, including Tutankhamun, were buried nearby. It means this mountain could be a prized burial ground.
The ancient people cut the tomb on the bedrock. That's why we are cleaning the mountain. We divided the area into 3 different sites. Each one of those groups, they are looking for a tomb.
After 3 years of digging, his team may be closer than ever to their dream of finding a king. Archaeologist Ahmed El Tayeb investigates a corner of the site where workers are uncovering a wall. In the dust, they find clues that it might enclose a tomb. On this desolate mountain, at the base of a rock wall, this shard of wood can only be one thing.
It's a fragment from the coffin. If I am right, we will find more pieces or more fragments from this coffin.
It's barely 8 a.m. on the mountain at Dra Abu El Naga, but Ahmed's crew is buzzing. A coffin could be the clue that leads him and fellow archaeologist Mohammed Bayabish to a lost pharaoh's tomb. They pick up the pace.
What do you think, Mohammed? What we found?
It's a block of limestone with graffiti. I think it's a name.
Yeah, it's a name, yeah.
What at first looked like a fallen piece of wall could be a woman's gravestone.
Yes, it's Bucket Isis, servant of Isis. I think it's part of a tomb. It's just to identify where she buried.
If the tomb marker and the coffin fragments go together, it's a good sign. This could be a noble's burial. The king might not be far away.
Oh, Mohammed, I think you feel that something here.
I feel it. I just feel.
We are just.
I just feel.
We keep going. We keep going and see.
Okay.
At the temple complex of Taposiris Magna, Kathleen Martinez and her team have moved tons of earth in search of Cleopatra. The result of all that labor is a breathtaking network of ancient chambers. Underneath the beautiful temple, there's a labyrinth of tunnels holding many secrets. In one shaft, Kathleen found the remains of a pregnant Greek woman clutching a bust of Alexander the Great. In another shaft, 80 feet below the ground, she found 2 people thought to be priests, buried in the fetal position and adorned with jewelry. These burials build Kathleen's case that Taposiris Magna was a very important site, with plenty of places for Cleopatra to lie hidden. But this season, unprecedented storms have hit the site. The rains have taken days off her dig schedule, throwing her plans into chaos and threatening all her work. Kathleen's team has been using Tomb 2 for storage, but rain dripping through the rock has entirely submerged the lower chamber, putting her carefully excavated ancient remains underwater.
This is rescue archaeology. We are trying to rescue the human remains that has been flooded, and we need to do something.
While the team bails out the storage area, archaeologist Linda Chapon turns her attention to an unexcavated corner of the tomb that escaped the flood. The burials here could hold clues to other secrets hidden at the site and help steer Kathleen's search for Cleopatra.
I think that it has been disturbed because the skulls are not placed in their original position.
The bones are scattered. Whoever they were, these bodies had something worth looting. But even though robbers have ransacked the corpses, clues still remain.
These ones are very well preserved, yeah. It looks like a woman.
Yes, and she has beautiful teeth. All the people which were very rich would take care of themselves and they have a beautiful teeth.
Wealthy burials strengthen Kathleen's case that the site could hide royalty, and they date to the end of the Ptolemaic period, Cleopatra's dynasty.
Sometimes I wonder, did these people met her? Were they friends? If these people are from the time of Queen Cleopatra, that's very important discovery for us.
Kathleen has built up 6 seasons' worth of precious human remains backing up her hunch. But too long underwater, and her evidence will fall apart. In the center of Alexandria, Calliope has been holding back floodwaters for more than a decade.
If we stop pumping, this area is like a lake, becomes a swimming pool.
She's searching for the royal quarter of the city and clues to Cleopatra's life. Exactly where she discovered Alexander the Great's statue, her team uncovers a further tantalizing clue.
Amazing. You recognize this? The right hand holds a weapon. Helmet and weapon means a warrior. This is the 3rd head of Alexander we find.
Alexander the Great was revered right up to Cleopatra's time, almost 300 years later. The royal quarter would have been filled with artworks and monuments to the city's founding hero. But Calliope also uncovers evidence at a much greater scale.
Look how big it is, and we have not arrived to the end. So I believe this is the external wall of this building.
The foundations of the newly unearthed building are laid on bedrock. It means Calliope can date the structure right back to the founding of the city. The building's sheer size means it can't be a workshop or ordinary dwelling.
We have an enormous building that possibly was one of the famous public buildings of the royal quarter of Ptolemaic Alexandria.
It's evidence she's digging in the right part of town. In 365 AD, a huge earthquake hit ancient Alexandria and leveled most of its buildings. As people rebuilt the city, all traces of Cleopatra's royal quarter disappeared. But the geographer Strabo had written a detailed first-hand account of Alexandria's original layout before the quake. Strabo states that Cleopatra's palaces and temples were all gathered around Alexandria's main crossroads. Calliope believes the ancient layout Strabo described is the basis for the modern city plan. If so, the foundations she has discovered are in the right place.
We are very close to the main street of modern Alexandria. This is a good sign because the monuments, the buildings, The royal cemetery is supposed to be around here.
But she needs to find evidence of the ancient crossroads if she's to pin down Cleopatra's palaces and temples. It's the final few days of the field season at Taposiris Magna. Kathleen is running out of time to find a route to the cavity beneath the temple that she hopes is Cleopatra's tomb. But news has come in from the team working on access to the tunnels.
They told me the ladder arrived, and I'm going to look in the shaft now to see if it's possible to go down.
Lashed together with some rope, she decides the ladder system should hold. But the greater risk may await in the shaft itself.
I have a very shaky ladder, and down in the shaft, it's full of snakes. So this is the situation I have right now.
Kathleen hopes bags of Bedouin herbs will ward off the venomous reptiles. But all this preparation might still be in vain if her team's suggestions of chest-high floodwaters are true.
The water is more than 1 meter, and so they think it will cover me completely. I have to go down and see anyway.
Kathleen's high-risk game of snakes and ladders is finally underway. This could be the shaft that leads her to Cleopatra's tomb. Her tallest worker, Saber, is already down testing the floodwaters and hanging the Bedouin anti-snake herbs.
God.
But he returns with an entirely unexpected problem.
Mouse. Mouse?
Small mouse.
Huh? Mouse? I can't go down. But they are dead here, and the smell is horrible.
The rotting rodents are unpleasant, but the unusually deep water is dangerous. One slip in the darkness could be fatal.
It's impossible now.
Until the floodwater subsides, Kathleen won't be able to follow the passage.
I could not stand up even in the tunnel. The rats that live there died, and they are decomposing. Smell horrible.
There's no way the tunnel will dry out before Kathleen has to close the site.
That is for the tunnel this year. There's nothing else we can do.
With the underground route flooded, Kathleen needs to find another way to the underground void she hopes holds Cleopatra. In the city of Alexandria's Shalalat Gardens, Calliope has dug down 30 feet in the hunt for Cleopatra's royal quarter.
If we find the crossroads, it will make us become closer to the location of the burial place of the Ptolemies.
But she faces a problem.
The death of Cleopatra is the end of a Ptolemaic dynasty, and also it's the end of a whole era, historical era. Romans come after that, and things change in Alexandria.
The conquering Romans built over Cleopatra's capital. 20 feet down, Calliope discovers what seems to be a highway running across her dig.
So these black stones are not just stones, they're precious stones. And when we see black stones, we know we have a Roman road.
The Romans may have leveled the city, but Calliope believes their engineering could be a blessing in disguise.
Most of the Roman streets we find in Alexandria have earlier Ptolemaic streets underneath.
Calliope thinks the Roman road network mirrors the road layout of ancient Alexandria at the time of Cleopatra. Calliope's plan is to excavate her small Roman road until she finds the main road that cuts across it, which might then lead her to the ancient city center where Cleopatra's royal quarter once stood.
We are in the right location. We are near the crossroad, but for sure there is a lot of work to be done.
The trouble is, there is still 2,000 years worth of debris between Calliope and the ancient road network and her route to Cleopatra's royal quarter. At Dra Abu El Naga, near the mouth of Luxor's Valley of the Kings, Beher's team is searching for the pharaoh Amenhotep I. They've discovered a grave marker and coffin fragments. This could be a collapsed tomb.
Call to the director, the chief.
They are calling us.
A flash of color in the dry desert sand could confirm this as a burial place.
It's a good news. Oh, wow.
We have a new something.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Ahmed, this is beautiful. It's a beautiful face.
And Ahmed thinking it's a coffin for a lady.
The faces on male coffins nearly always had facial hair. This casket almost certainly belongs to a woman.
Look at the eyes. It seems it's still alive.
This is Beher's first opportunity to pin a date on the tomb.
The stone that we found this morning, and then we found the face, the wooden face.
Wonderful, boss.
This is the style of the late Egyptian period. The find dates to hundreds of years after Amenhotep. Their discovery proves this was a cemetery then. Now, Beher is on the hunt for proof it was a burial ground in the time of the pharaoh himself.
When you find some stuff like that, it's a sign that you are going to find something. So we are very close to an amazing tomb.
At the northern Egyptian temple of Taposiris Magna, Kathleen needs every piece of evidence the site can provide to back up her theory that this is the last resting place of Cleopatra. The human remains she's unearthed this season provide crucial data. But the catastrophic flood in the storage tomb threatens her dream.
In that tomb, in one niche, we have 10 human remains. We have so much.
We are trying to dry them with a high dryer. Better than to leave them on the sun. The sun has very bad effect on bones. And it's working, so...
Linda now has the thankless task of assessing the damage and sorting the remains for the second time.
Like this one, part of a mandible. This is part of the foot. This is part of the pelvis, vertebrae.
With some gentle blow drying, the bones will survive their immersion. It's a much-needed boost for Kathleen.
The thing that keeps me very optimistic is that these human remains are from the time of Queen Cleopatra, and this keeps my theory together.
With just one day left of the field season, it's now too late to excavate the void beneath the temple. So Kathleen brings forward plans to use an experimental technology.
Okay, we're going to start from here.
And prove the cavity is a tomb without even breaking ground. In the city center of nearby Alexandria, Calliope is working on a new area of excavation, in line with a Roman street. She's following the road towards Cleopatra's royal quarter and the tombs of the queen's ancestors. But with the ancient structures hidden below 30 feet of mud and stone, it's heavy work.
We have arrived 1.5 meters from the surface of the ground. We are still very high. Our target is maybe another 8 meters.
2,000 years of destruction and rebuilding have jumbled the archaeological record. Any of these stones could have been part of Cleopatra's palace or temples. The team must document every single one.
We go slowly, slowly, and we hope the result will award us. Be careful, this black... okay, give me the brush. All this quantity of big stones is debris, but the fact that we find black stones among them is a very good sign.
The rock's color and texture show it's not from the local area. It could be the black stone the Romans used for their roads. If this proves to be a continuation of the Roman road, it could lead her to the ancient royal quarter, the epicenter of power in Cleopatra's Egypt. Just over a mile from the famous tombs of the Valley of the Kings, Beher's hunt for the pharaoh Amenhotep I at Dra Abu el Naga is producing tantalizing clues. But he needs to determine whether the necropolis was already in use by the time Amenhotep's reign began, at the start of Egypt's 18th dynasty of pharaohs. Further down the mountain, the team's foreman reports a cluster of intact pots emerging from the sand. For ceramics specialist Mohammed, it's an exciting prospect. It's a clue that could date the site to a time before Amenhotep I.
I think we have a great discovery. There was a ritual done here in Tipan necropolis, breaking the red vessels, very common in 17th dynasty.
The pots suggest that by the time of Amenhotep's 18th dynasty, people already came here to commemorate the dead. Each year after the harvest, the people of Thebes held a celebration of the dead called the Beautiful Festival of the Valley. They carried statues of Thebes' three main gods in a grand procession out of Karnak Temple, east of the river. They crossed the Nile on ceremonial boats, following the sun's journey from the east bank, the land of the living, to the west, the land of the dead. The procession ended at the tombs and temples on the west bank, where people had laid offerings, including pots of food, at the graves of the deceased. The ritual ensured the dead had provisions for eternity. These pots mean a tomb should be very close.
I think it is a fragment of the...
Maybe funeral furniture, maybe.
Muhammad, I think something else.
You wish now, Ahmed. He wishing. But I don't think, maybe not.
No, Muhammad. I think I am right.
You are right?
Yes. We have a great news.
Yeah.
It's a face.
So it's a burial for a coffin.
The roughly carved casket appears to be buried in a miniature tomb. This is clearly no king, but it's a vital clue that he might be near.
My happiness will be complete if belonging to 17 dynasties. In archaeology, I am not sure about anything. I don't trust anything until I have it in my hand.
If the burial does predate Amenhotep I, it proves Dra Abu el Naga was a cemetery by the time he died, so he could be buried here. But there's no way to tell until this coffin is out of the ground. Mohammed and Ahmed have mobilized a whole team of workers to excavate the coffin. It's their best lead yet in the hunt for the missing pharaoh, Amenhotep I.
Now we have a coffin for a child from one piece.
One tree.
And it's a sycamore tree.
A single dug-out trunk is a key clue that this burial predates Amenhotep's reign, a boost to their hopes that the pharaoh was buried in this cemetery. But the proof will lie inside the coffin. It looks like the coffin of a tiny infant, but mummies of the time were often stuffed into ill-fitting tree trunks, not stretched out comfortably like later mummies.
Before opening it, we want to be ready. This is very sensitive stage of work, and we have to be concentrated in that.
Opening a coffin that has been closed for thousands of years is a delicate operation. Any wrong move and they could damage the body inside.
Can you see something now?
Mummy and wrapped by linen.
Yeah. And the light is coming through. There is no connection between the lid and the base. So it will be easy to open it, yeah? 1, 2, 3. Up. And move it, move it. Allah. Slowly, please. Yes.
That's what I expect.
You're right.
Did you see how he fit the legs? I think it's more than 5 years. Also, now I am sure it is 17th dynasty.
This is evidence that the necropolis was in use by the time Amenhotep I died.
For me now, I'm looking for something bigger.
A tomb of a king.
And the evidence increased day by day.
The hunt for royalty at Dra Abu El Naga goes on. But Beher and his team have confirmed the cemetery's great age. They're inching ever closer to their goal of finding the missing king. At the temple complex of Taposiris Magna, it's the last day of the field season.
Yes.
Kathleen is in a race to show the cavity beneath her feet is a tomb. If she can, it will help persuade the Ministry of Antiquities to allow her to dig for Cleopatra.
Okay, you'll start from here.
She's thrown caution to the wind and put her faith in a promising but experimental technology. Mohammed Gamal sounds out hidden cavities in the rock with a network of geophones.
I want to check all these rooms.
I'm very excited to see, are we going to be able to succeed, to see what's hidden from us or not? This is a challenge to us.
The technique relies on acoustic imaging. Mohammed's ultra-sensitive equipment records sound caused by micro-tremors in the Earth's crust. He can analyze the signal to create a subterranean map, including every crack in the rock, every void, or any tomb that might conceal a lost pharaoh or a hiding queen. But with the team deep into their work, Kathleen spots a problem. The scan has begun, but she has no way of mapping the results.
Whenever they are doing the profile, I need the beginning and the end. I need to know where are we doing the profile. If not, it's not going to work for me. They were not putting any marks.
Khalas, let them do it. Let them do it.
If she's to prove to the Egyptian authorities that it's worth damaging the ancient structure, she needs to know exactly where the geophones are placed. She needs to know where to dig, down to the nearest inch.
This is the only day I have. It's the last day of the season, and we lost a couple of hours now.
Kathleen is within touching distance of a discovery that could eclipse even that of Tutankhamun. But it will be some time before Mohammed has fully mapped the temple's underground labyrinth. She faces an anxious wait for the survey results. In Alexandria's Shalalat Gardens, Calliope's team has discovered a black stone in a newly opened excavation. It could be the clue that points her in the direction of Cleopatra's royal quarter.
Let's start removing the debris.
To get there, she needs to find the main crossroads of ancient Alexandria.
See 3 pieces. This one?
It's black, yes. And what about this one? We have 4 black stones here. So maybe we are in a part of the continuation of the Roman street.
The stones are covered in a layer of white mineral after centuries buried in the soil. But they were once smooth, dark Roman street cobbles.
Also, Bilal, this way, clean also this way, yes. we found another one, so I don't believe it is random. You don't understand how a person can be happy finding just a black stone. This is archaeology.
As the workers haul the stones out of the ground, Calliope spots a potentially crucial clue. They're much larger than the cobbles on the Roman road she's following.
These black stones are very big, so maybe they belong to the big street, not to this one. I'm very excited by the fact that these stones could belong to the main latitudinal street of Alexandria. And this will be great, because this is our goal.
If this is really one of Alexandria's 2 Roman main highways, Calliope just needs to trace it to where it meets the other one, and she will find the crossroads where the ancient royal quarter once stood. Calliope will have to wait for next season to open another excavation.
And this is black too.
But for now, she's one more step along the road to Cleopatra's royal home.
It's a stone, but it's not just a stone. Everything has a meaning. I think this is the beauty of archaeology.
At his laboratory in Cairo, Mohammed has finished processing the acoustic survey of Taposiris Magna. With the dig season over and the site closed, Kathleen has returned home. But the subterranean map of the temple is finally ready.
Kathleen!
Hello!
How do you do? Hello!
How are you?
Fine, thank you. I have a good news for you.
Really?
Yes.
I've been waiting. I'm dying to hear from you.
We found something at Taposiris.
Where?
At the guard room, room number 2. It's making like a very big resonance to us.
Mohammed's geophones have confirmed the presence of a large chamber-sized void beneath the temple. But there's more.
Yes.
You can see my finger?
Yes.
This is the
That's
place
the one.
which is most promising to us. It looks like this small place is a hidden entrance. There is very big resonance, like it's a connected place to under subsurface rooms or an entrance or a corridor or something like this.
It's exactly what I've been looking for. I am thrilled. This is one of the happiest days of my life. This is something that I believe, and now we have this scientific evidence. Thank you so much.
Not only does Kathleen have a hidden void, she has a secret entrance. And now she knows exactly where to excavate.
If we found the mummy of Cleopatra, it would be a great discovery in this century.
My heart is beating so hard now, so strongly. I don't know how I'm going to control myself during this month until I get the permission. I'm so excited.
Cleopatra has bewitched historians and archaeologists ever since her death and the Roman conquest of Egypt. Now, the centuries-long hunt for the last pharaoh's tomb may have entered its final stage. When she gets back on site, Kathleen could be just a day's digging away from the greatest discovery since Tutankhamun 100 years ago. Egypt, the richest source of archaeological treasures on the planet.
Oh, wow, look at that.
Hidden beneath this desert landscape lie the secrets of this ancient civilization.
I never seen something like this.
Now, for a full season of excavations, our cameras have been given unprecedented access to follow teams on the front line of archaeology.
This is the most critical moment.
Revealing buried treasures.
We're lucky today.
Wow, lots of mummies.
The smell is horrible.
And making discoveries that could rewrite ancient history.
We've never had the proof until now.
This is where it all started.
My goodness, I never expected this.
This time, Anna goes in search of one of Egypt's most enigmatic queens, Nefertiti.
If she wasn't buried here, where was she buried?
Mohammed searches for the lost wife of a noble.
If we're lucky, we'll have her.
An ancient cemetery reveals a startling find.
You see something like this before, Doctor? No.
And John and Maria uncover the secrets of Nefertiti's great empire.
Wow, this is beautiful.
Egypt, land of the mighty pharaohs, buried in monumental tombs with dazzling treasures. But among these great kings and queens, some are missing, including one of the most iconic of all, Nefertiti. How did one of the most powerful women in the ancient world vanish from history? In the heart of Egypt lies the ancient site of Amarna. Here, archaeologist Dr. Anna Stevens has spent nearly 2 decades unearthing the secrets of a ruined city and its captivating queen.
We've left the riverside city of ancient Amarna behind, and we're traveling through the low desert, heading out to the cliffs that border ancient Amarna.
Anna heads for the royal tomb of Nefertiti's husband, Pharaoh Akhenaten. The king's burial chamber is badly damaged by flooding. But it is another chamber that Anna has come to investigate.
It's so prominent that you'd have to think it belongs to a suitably prominent member of the Amarna royal family.
She searches for any sign of Nefertiti's whereabouts. The walls of a royal tomb should be covered in elaborate carvings, but here are only rough chisel marks on bare rock.
It's completely unfinished. It's not suitable for the burial of a queen.
The tomb is half-built and abandoned.
It hasn't taken a royal burial. If she wasn't buried here, the question is, of course, where was she buried?
These ruins were once a vast city from which Nefertiti and Akhenaten ruled over their great empire. Nestling on the east bank of the Nile, Nefertiti's capital city covered over 3,000 acres and was home to up to 50,000 people. What is now barren landscape was once one of the greatest cities in the ancient world. And from these palaces and temples, the royal couple ruled over all of Egypt. She doesn't appear to be buried here, but does this place hold clues to the fate of the missing queen? Nefertiti is famous today because of this iconic bust of her. She has one of the most well-known faces in all of ancient Egypt.
This is about the spot that the bust was actually found. We're in the house and the workshop of a sculptor who was probably called Thutmose. This is where the Nefertiti bust was originally created. It's one version of Nefertiti's official portrait. She may herself have signed off on this image. But really, we have no idea what she looked like in real life.
Nefertiti's early life is also still a mystery. Her father was probably vizier to Pharaoh Amenhotep III, so she would have been brought up in a royal palace. By the age of just 15, she married Amenhotep's second son, the new pharaoh, Akhenaten, and bore him 6 daughters. As his queen, Nefertiti became the most powerful woman in all of Egypt. Yet Nefertiti's ultimate fate remains a mystery that occupies archaeologists all over Egypt. 200 miles south along the Nile, at Luxor, lies the necropolis of As-Asif. A vast cemetery where Egypt's rich and powerful were buried around the time of Nefertiti. Site director Fatih Yassin and his team are about to excavate a hidden burial shaft.
It is so early to say exactly the date for this site.
Fatih runs one of the busiest archaeological digs in Egypt, with up to 100 workers shifting sand every day. Saeed Mohammed is one of his most experienced archaeologists.
Our site is a very big site. As a chief, we call it, it's an important site. Maybe there's something here, like treasure.
This ancient cemetery is full of artifacts.
All this debris is from the ancient time. All we found like this, pottery. It's ancient pottery.
Most of the finds are from the same era as Nefertiti. Ancient objects of ceramic and stone are common here. But this seems to be made of wood.
Maybe it's statues, wooden statues, but it is not clear. It is human face.
A wooden face looks up from the sand. The mystery object could be a wooden mask or statue. They must try to free it from the ground.
Wow.
Ropes.
The rope seems to wrap around it.
What do you think is the original? Wow.
Oh. It's the first time we see something like this, ropes. Yeah.
What do you think? Coffin? No.
Coffin finds are rare, particularly ones dating back to the time of Nefertiti. But whatever it is in the ground, it's quite large.
Here can say this coffin, not a statue.
We're lucky today.
This is no ordinary burial. Only 1 in 20 people could afford a coffin in ancient Egypt.
You can see here is another rope. It's very exciting.
The rope, made from twisted palm leaves, is tied around the feet.
We are first people we are. See, this is something. I'm very happy.
For Saeed, the ropes can mean only one thing.
It puts the ropes to close something. Of course, there is something size. Mommy, or someone.
If the coffin does have a mummy in it, it could date back to Nefertiti's time. 100 miles south, at Gebel El Silsila.
Everybody here?
It's 7 a.m. Husband and wife team Maria Nielsen and John Ward set course for the ancient sandstone pits that pharaohs quarried for their great monuments, statues, temples, and palaces.
Good morning, John.
Good morning. It's early in the morning, I haven't had enough coffee yet.
Akhenaten and Nefertiti opened several quarries here.
Gebel El Silsila, golden sandstone, was revered and required by all the pharaohs.
John and Maria hoped to discover important clues about what Akhenaten and Nefertiti were building at the time. The size of the gallery shows the scale of excavation.
People don't realize the sheer magnitude. This one pillar alone is monumentally huge, and this supports the roof above me.
Before they can investigate the clues here, they must clear the thick layer of sand.
Jen.
It's always a good start when our workers describe it as heaven.
So clean, 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 clean. Down on the floor. Clean, 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 clean. Onto the floor.
It's gonna be dirty.
As they clear the floor, John makes a surprising discovery.
Hey, guess what I got?
You got to be kidding me.
You ready for this?
Yeah.
Beneath the sand on the quarry floor, John thinks he's found a clue to how ancient Egyptians quarried stone here.
What would they have used to get such straight lines?
You haven't.
Both hands. A plumb bob. Amazing!
That's our first.
That's first plumb bob. You just think that's been laying there since Akhenaten closed the quarry.
This plumb bob is a worker's tool dropped over 3,000 years ago.
That would have had the cord on, and they would have been able to get the straight line. This is our first one at Silsila, and it is beautiful.
Nearby, Maria wants to analyze an inscription she's found carved on the rock. Her keen eye has spotted faint traces of ancient ink.
You got lines of text here and here.
She thinks she can decode the markings to link the quarry directly back to Akhenaten. But here, he uses a different name.
It is the time of Amenhotep IV before he turned into Akhenaten.
Amenhotep IV was his original name. But it is more than just a change of name. Early in his reign, he created a new identity, transforming himself into Akhenaten. He also imposed a change of religion upon Egypt. For more than a millennium, the ancient Egyptians worshipped a pantheon of gods and goddesses. Their ruler was Amun-Ra, whom Egypt's ruling priests revered as the king of the gods. Pharaoh Amenhotep outlawed worship of Amun-Ra and closed down his temples. Across Egypt, he erased the old gods and replaced them with a single deity, the sun god Aten. The only human figures left, bathing in the sun god's rays, were Amenhotep, now transformed into Akhenaten, and his queen, Nefertiti. On the faded inscription in the quarry, Maria spots another detail.
You got the sun disk here.
The sun, the god of the new religion, alongside Akhenaten's earlier name.
Clearly an early sign of the Aten worship. We can't find anything similar to this anywhere else in Egypt. It's the earliest one that we have. We haven't published it yet. It's on its way.
This discovery dates the quarry to the early reign of Akhenaten and Nefertiti. But it doesn't solve the mystery of why they were quarrying so much stone. What were they making? 400 miles north, at Saqqara, husband and wife archaeologists Mohammed Megahead and Hannah Vimazalova are back for another season of excavation. Last year, they made an astonishing rare discovery. A tomb dating back over 4,000 years, in pristine condition.
The day we entered the tomb, it was an unforgettable day for all of us.
It belongs to a man called Huey, a high official of Pharaoh Djedkare, who lived 1,000 years before Nefertiti. Huey may even be a member of the royal family. It's a spectacular find, but there's a mystery.
Usually, ancient Egyptians were buried with their wives in their tombs. In our case, we have only Huey.
Huey's wife should be buried with her husband, but she isn't. She's missing, just like Nefertiti, and Mohammed wants to find her.
It means we will be looking for perhaps similar tomb, maybe much bigger tomb, the same quality of reliefs for his wife.
Her tomb should be as magnificent as Huey's itself.
Why people love Egypt and love ancient Egypt? Because it's full of secrets and magic. For example, Queen Nefertiti, her tomb was never found.
Family members from this time are generally buried close together, so Huey's wife must be nearby.
We still need to go a little bit deeper in the west side to make sure that there is no other entrance for a corridor, or we have to look around for another shaft in the mastaba.
A mastaba is a massive flat-top structure that ancient Egyptians built over tombs. Digging deeper, Mohammed finds a possible clue to another entrance. The pure white rock finish of the mastaba changes to a different kind of rock.
This is the white, nice limestone, and in the bottom it's completely local limestone, exactly like the entrance of Hui.
Local limestone surrounds the entrance to Hui's tomb. The same stone here could mark another entrance to his wife's burial chamber.
So the plan for today is to clear it all, go deeper, reach the floor. We hope to find something, and you never know what the sand of Egypt might hide.
Could the team be on the brink of another major discovery? Muhammad found Hui's tomb last year. It dates to a time called the Old Kingdom, 1,000 years before Nefertiti. The tomb of Hui's missing wife could be every bit as spectacular as her husband's.
This is one of the most important and interesting tombs in Old Kingdom.
The scenes help Hui on his journey to the afterlife. An offering wall gives instructions for 95 different offering rituals. Jars of beer, bread, meat.
There is no mention for the wife because everything underground here is for Hui.
She is not with him on the walls, but she is family. Her tomb shouldn't be far away. Outside, Muhammad's own wife, Hannah, is also helping in the search for Hui's wife.
We hope that we might find Hui's wife. At the moment, we are in the area which is directly opposite to the entrance to the tomb.
They must dig carefully, as the sand is full of ancient fragments. Each one could be a vital clue. These are not just bones. It looks like a complete skeleton. Has Hannah discovered Hui's wife? At Gebel El Silsila, John and Maria are on a mission to find the purpose of the quarry. The stone could reveal important clues about Akhenaten and Nefertiti's building projects and the ambition of their reign.
Wow, this is beautiful. Look at the blockwork. You can see perfect Talatat blocks.
As workers clear the area, they reveal evidence of a building innovation that Akhenaten and Nefertiti pioneered.
Here we got a small block. They divided it into two. And at the end of that, you will have two perfect Talatat blocks.
They're ready to come through here, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly.
These small blocks, called Talatat, could be quarried quicker and built with faster.
This is from the period of Akhenaten, where everything's changed. We've gone from massive one-ton block down to the small, minuscule Talatat, which is famous for Akhenaten. It only weighed 60 kilograms. You could carry it on your shoulder.
John and Maria have solved the mystery of what Akhenaten and Nefertiti quarried here. It was Talatat, key to an ambitious plan and an important clue that they began a huge construction program, including the building of their new capital, Amarna. Using the newly invented Talatat blocks, the city rose from the desert in record time. Akhenaten built a lavish palace for himself and Nefertiti in the center, and two vast temples. Thousands gathered here to worship the sun god Aten as the sun moved east to west. Spread around the outside were hundreds of stone tables for lavish offerings to their god. This monumental complex gave Akhenaten and Nefertiti total control over religion in Egypt. But the city's most famous resident, Queen Nefertiti, is missing. could the city itself hold clues to her fate? At Amarna, Anna heads beyond the city limits to investigate a cemetery for Amarna's elite. Tombs, richly decorated with pictures of the king and queen, might still reveal vital evidence. The royal couple seem to be in a land of paradise. They ride their chariots. They hand out gifts to their adoring crowds and make lavish offerings to the sun god, the Aten.
What's really lovely here is that you can see that one of the Aten rays extends to Akhenaten, the symbol of life, the Ankh. So the Aten is providing the king with life.
So did the couple live out their lives in this utopia? The idyllic scenes also bear marks of violence.
The faces of the king and queen seem to have been deliberately hacked out. But it's actually being done to obliterate their image.
Nefertiti and Akhenaten's great religious revolution has been destroyed. Anna finds more evidence that Akhenaten and Nefertiti's revolution ends with a backlash against them.
There were deliberate attempts to forget Akhenaten's reign. He was essentially erased from Egyptian history.
Nefertiti's fate during this time of trouble is a mystery. Akhenaten and Nefertiti ruled for 17 years. But when the pharaoh died, the unpopular religion that he imposed on Egypt crumbled. People of Egypt returned to the old traditional gods that Akhenaten had banned. The enemies of the Aten religion set out to destroy every memory of the king and queen. Their revenge on Akhenaten was to attempt to rob him out of history. But what happened to Nefertiti?
This is still part of the tomb. It's completely unfinished, presumably because the city was abandoned. The king had died. Everyone had to uproot, leave the city. Akhenaten's vision ultimately failed.
In the heat of this crisis, where was the queen?
One of the big questions is what happened to Nefertiti. If she was still living after Akhenaten's death, she can't have stayed on at Amarna very much longer. Where did she go? What happened to Nefertiti?
In Luxor, Egyptologist Chris Naunton is also on the trail of the missing queen. He has come to the ancient city of Thebes, where Nefertiti was born, to the tomb of a priest.
This is normally closed to the public, so it's having to take the seal off and then we'll be able to go inside.
In the tomb, he wants to find clues to what might have happened to Nefertiti following Akhenaten's death. In his final years, did the king replace her with a new queen? Or did she remain his great royal wife, but flee into hiding after he died? Was Nefertiti assassinated following Akhenaten's death? Or did she continue as queen? The tomb belongs to a priest called Pa-iri, who lived in the time of Nefertiti.
This is Pa-iri himself, with his wife standing behind him. It's really lovely, this.
But something else catches Chris's eye. Ancient graffiti.
It's highly significant. It begins with a year date, year 3, and then the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, and that king is named as Ankheperure Neferneferu Aten.
So just who was this ruler?
And this king is little known, shadowy figure. I think Ankheperure Neferneferu Aten is none other than Nefertiti.
This would be a sensational turnaround. Could Nefertiti have survived the death of Akhenaten actually to succeed him herself as Pharaoh Nefertiti. It's a theory, but if Chris is correct, the search for Nefertiti is no longer the search for a queen, it's the search for a pharaoh. At Saqqara, husband and wife archaeologists Mohammed and Hannah are searching for the missing wife of Huey. She should be buried with her husband in his magnificent tomb, but she isn't. They believe that she must be nearby, and Hannah has found human remains.
The skeleton very nicely preserved, even though many of the bones are fragmented.
The teeth show that this is a mature adult.
You can see the upper part of the teeth is quite worn down. The skeleton itself shows that the health of this individual was not very good.
Could this ancient skeleton be the missing wife of Huey?
The pit is hewn in a little bit dark sand, and it was filled with very pure yellow sand, which was added there into the pit together with the burial.
For Hannah, all the signs are of a poor burial.
We are learning a lot about the people of the past, the way they lived, how they suffered. It's a little bit like looking into a very old album of a family.
It's not Huey's wife, but families are normally buried close together. She should be buried nearby. Just yards away, Mohammed continues the search for another tomb entrance.
We have to continue digging down into the floor and keep looking for our lady, Huey's wife, and if we are lucky, we'll have her.
In Luxor, at Asasif, Fatih and Saeed have found a wooden coffin in the cemetery of the rich and powerful from the era of Nefertiti. They are anxious to free it from the grip of the sand.
It's good.
Saeed digs a little deeper to see underneath it.
You see? Feel it? It is.
A complete ancient coffin is a major find.
It means we hope we found complete mummy inside.
It's very exciting.
But they have a lot of work before they can get it out.
Yo, doctor, I think we found another something.
Yeah.
Very important.
Wow.
There seems to be something buried with the coffin.
From the first look, I think something from pottery. Offering, something for offering. Yeah.
Looks complete, but we will see.
Yeah.
Saeed thinks the vase may have contained offerings for the afterlife, but something else catches Fatih's attention.
Think like bread.
Wow.
You are sure?
Yeah, I'm quite sure.
You see something like this before, doctor?
No.
First time.
This appears to be bread, untouched for 3,500 years.
If it is bread, it will be something that is very special here.
The objects around the ancient coffin appear to be offerings, carefully placed as supplies for the deceased.
Now we can see the pottery found beside the hand, in the same position. The dish with bread to eat, and the another jar maybe for water to eat and drink.
It offers rare, hard evidence of the lives and beliefs of ancient Egyptians about death and the afterlife.
Complete. Wow. And they have some decoration.
Okay, what we have here, if you look, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Maybe more inside, doctor. Maybe more inside.
The pot also comes out. If they can date it, they can date the burial and begin to piece together who might be in the coffin.
This could be beginning or during the time of the 18th dynasty.
The 18th dynasty was when Egypt was at its very peak, with the line of powerful pharaohs that included Akhenaten and Nefertiti themselves. After 2 hours of careful work, they finally clear away all the debris.
It is the end of the coffin, and 100% complete coffin now. in good condition.
But the fragile ancient wood could disintegrate now it's exposed to the elements. Fatih doesn't want to risk leaving it out any longer, so he must move it quickly. In Saqqara, outside the magnificent tomb of Huey that Mohammed found last year, the team searches for a missing person, Huey's wife. Her tomb should be equally spectacular. Following clues in the limestone, they have shifted several tons of sand searching for another tomb entrance. Now there are huge limestone blocks in the way. Mohammed thinks that these came from the mastaba, the stone structure above the tomb. Again, it's pure white.
White limestone are very precious because in ancient Egypt, the quarry belonged to the king. King himself had to give a permission to any individual, any official, to cut stones from there.
It's a vital clue. Only the pharaoh's innermost circle would be allowed to use such a precious rock. With the limestone blocks out of the way, they soon reach the bedrock and can go no further.
We had no clue for another entrance of the wife. This can tell us that she might be buried in a different mastaba, separate mastaba, near to him.
Huey's wife isn't here, but Mohammed is undeterred. He believes that she must be nearby.
All the white limestone he used in his tomb, he was mummified. The colors he used in the underground, the architecture of his tomb.
The evidence implies that Huey is royal.
Perhaps also his wife was a member of the royal family. If she's not buried with him in the tomb, it means she decided to make a tomb for herself. This can tell us so much about her status.
Huey's wife must be important enough to build her own mastaba tomb, which should be as glorious as Huey's. The hunt for Huey's wife just got bigger.
We only found 30 or 40% of ancient Egyptian monuments, and this might be true because the sand of Egypt still hides so many secrets.
Mohammed's search for the missing wife continues. In Luxor, at Asasif, the team urgently needs to move the newly discovered coffin to a safe storeroom. But it's a dangerous moment for the priceless artifact, as the ancient wood could disintegrate under the strain. It's a big responsibility for Fatih.
To be sure there is no damage, we'll fix it with very soft rope like this.
The fragile coffin is on the move, but the last part of the journey is the most precarious. It's a steep and narrow descent.
يطلع يا احمد انت اطلع سيب احمد عبد الرئيس.
ايوه صح كده. بس انزل انزل على مهلك. انا مراعي رجلك. انا مراعي رجلك، انزل عادي، انزل عادي. بس الله ينور.
سكسيد جود. مبروك يا دكتور.
The coffin is still in one piece.
Now I can take deep breaths like this, and everything is perfect now. I can sleep well this night because I didn't sleep well since we found it.
With the coffin now safely in the field lab, specialist conservator Ahmed Gad must inspect the wood for any weakness.
We should remove everything and check everything okay, and after that we can start to open.
The coffin appears to be in good enough condition to be opened. But there's another problem for Fatih.
We try to not damage anything, but unfortunately with this rope it is very difficult to dismantle it.
The 3,500-year-old ropes must come off, but the ancient fibers are stiff. If the alcohol solution doesn't soften them, they may have to cut them.
If it breaks, I'll be a little bit sad. Wow.
Wow.
Very good.
The knot undone, they begin the slow task of removing plaster that sticks the fragile lid to the coffin. Fatih gets his first glimpse inside.
It's very exciting, very good indication. Do you know why? Because now we have mummy.
He can see the mummy inside, but he can only watch on anxiously.
Take your time, but hurry up.
The wedges slowly push the lid up. The 3,500-year-old wood could disintegrate at any moment.
Wow.
Masks protect against any ancient diseases.
Okay. Okay.
Oh my God.
The linen is still in good condition.
For the first time, they lay eyes on what's clearly a human form, wrapped in plain linen that was woven 30 centuries ago.
It is a very good day today. We succeeded to open coffins since more than 3,000 years ago. They make us so happy, and we can say also we are so proud about our work. It's a very special moment.
The team prepares the mummy for the next stage of research, where X-rays will reveal more of its secrets, its age, gender, cause of death. This rare find is full of clues and vital evidence that will help Fatih and other archaeologists understand how people were buried during the time of Nefertiti. In Luxor, the idea that Nefertiti became pharaoh is now widely accepted, but it radically alters the hunt for the missing queen. Chris thinks that it can only lead to one conclusion. He has come to the famous Valley of the Kings to investigate.
If Nefertiti did become pharaoh, and if she also made the move back here to Thebes from Amarna, then there's only really one place here where we could expect her to have been buried, and that's right in this place, in the Valley of the Kings.
If she lies here in the Valley of the Kings, could other tombs hold clues to help Chris find her?
The tomb just goes on and on.
Passages and chambers extend over 600 feet deep into the rock.
The tombs in the Valley of the Kings are all different, but they're monumental, very large, grand spaces, long corridors, multiple chambers leading off them. If Nefertiti had a tomb in the Valley of the Kings, you've got to think that it would have been like this one.
If this tomb is a guide to how Nefertiti's tomb might be, how could it have escaped detection for all this time? Where could Nefertiti be hiding? In search of answers, Chris heads for the most famous tomb in the Valley of the Kings, King Tutankhamun's. He was the first pharaoh known to be buried here after Nefertiti's reign.
This tomb is a real oddity. When you think about how famous Tutankhamun is, the tomb itself just somehow doesn't fit. It's really small by comparison with the other tombs in the Valley of the Kings. There's something just not quite right here.
There are many things about Tutankhamun's tomb that don't add up. The entrance to the tomb turns right, when for a male pharaoh, it should be a turn to the left. Tutankhamun's nested coffins have double cobra and vulture headdresses, normally only associated with female coffins. And the most famous icon in Egyptian archaeology, the magnificent golden death mask of Tutankhamun, reveals earring holes. And while Tut's name is engraved on the shoulder, hidden beneath it are faint traces of the cartouche of Ankeperure Neferneferuaten, or Nefertiti. Could Tutankhamun have been buried with Nefertiti's death mask in a small side chamber of a hidden bigger tomb meant for her? Chris continues to investigate.
There's another side chamber called the Treasury. Some of the items in here, although they apparently depict the king, had very feminine features. It's possible that actually some of Tutankhamun's objects, and maybe even this tomb, were originally prepared for somebody else, maybe even Nefertiti.
But why would Tutankhamun be in Nefertiti's tomb? When Akhenaten died, his cult of the sun god Aten was overthrown, and the old gods, led by Amun, were restored. Nefertiti may have ruled then as the pharaoh, until Akhenaten's son, 9-year-old Tutankhaten, ascended the throne and changed his name to honor Amun, becoming Tutankhamun.
We know that Tutankhamun died at a very young age. He was perhaps 18 years old. And so perhaps he died unexpectedly, and if so, then perhaps his tomb was prepared in a hurry.
It's possible that Tutankhamun's officials used a tomb prepared for his stepmother, Nefertiti.
That might help us to explain why perhaps a relatively small tomb was so crammed full with such a hodgepodge of items. Everything had to be done far more quickly than the authorities were expecting.
And it could finally explain where Nefertiti herself is buried.
Is it possible that she's even still here somewhere?
The tomb of Tutankhamun is the greatest archaeological discovery of all time. Its greatest prize, its treasure. But could there be a greater lost treasure hidden beside it? The search for one of Egypt's most famous queens could be about to end, here in the Valley of the Kings.
I am not able to walk, but I can see there is an entrance.
Just outside Alexandria, beneath the temple, archaeologists are searching for the tomb of Cleopatra, Egypt's last queen.
I have a hunch, and I think I am about to unsolve this mystery. With this door, I can't breathe.
Ancient Egypt. Its unparalleled monuments tell the story of a civilization that spanned 3,000 years. But its final chapter revolves around one beautiful and beguiling woman, Cleopatra. This legendary queen was Egypt's last ever pharaoh, despite having a healthy son and heir. Today, archaeologists across Egypt are investigating the mystery surrounding the end of her reign. Was Cleopatra a successful pharaoh? What turmoil contributed to her downfall? And where is her long-lost tomb? On the outskirts of Alexandria, at the Temple of Taposiris Magna, Dominican archaeologist Kathleen Martinez is searching for Cleopatra's burial chamber. Its location is one of the greatest mysteries in the history of ancient Egypt.
I believe when we discover the tomb of Queen Cleopatra, she will tell her story, and it's going to be marvelous.
Kathleen first heard the story of Cleopatra when she was just 15 years old. After 20 years as a successful lawyer, she quit to dedicate her life to finding the lost queen.
She's my heroine. I think she was an accomplished woman, very advanced for her time. She was a politician. She was able to speak all the languages of her time, 9 languages. She was a queen. She was a goddess. I believe she was a genius.
While many believe Cleopatra's tomb to be in her capital, Alexandria, Kathleen's investigations have led her to the Temple of Taposiris Magna. She thinks Cleopatra used this temple to conceal her tomb.
Cleopatra was the human representation of goddess Isis, and this temple was dedicated to Isis. That's why I believe she's buried here.
It's Kathleen's 12th season digging here, and she's already discovered coins bearing the image of the legendary queen. Evidence the temple dates to her time.
Every year that I come to Egypt, I'm putting a piece of the puzzle together. I know I'm getting closer and closer.
Last year, Kathleen used a network of geophones to make an astonishing discovery. Geophones record small vibrations in the Earth's crust to detect subterranean cavities. At Taposiris Magna, they exposed a large empty space below the temple. Kathleen is eager to find out if this void could be Cleopatra's long-lost tomb. She attempted to access it via an ancient tunnel last season, but heavy rains made it impossible to enter. Now, because of an exceptionally hot summer, the tunnel is dry. Will it lead Kathleen to the mysterious void and Cleopatra?
I know there's something very important down there.
But even now, when the tunnel is dry, exploring it is a serious challenge. The only way in is down a dangerous rock-cut shaft. To climb down the shaft, Kathleen's workmen must install a chain of ladders. It's a time-consuming task, but essential to get right. With a 25-foot drop, any mistakes will be fatal.
We have to do it, but in a safe way. Once the ladder falls, we're dead.
In Alexandria, American Egyptologist Meredith Brand is also on the trail of Cleopatra. The catacomb of Kam el-Shokafa lies 65 feet below the modern city. No one knows exactly who was buried here, but it's one of the only surviving large tombs of ancient Alexandria.
It's gorgeous. We don't know what Cleopatra's tomb would have looked like, and we haven't found any other royal tombs from her dynasty. So this tomb here is our best approximation.
Meredith was just 17 when she first came to Egypt. She's since spent more time in ancient tombs than back home in the US.
Coming to places like this is one of the reasons why I became an Egyptologist.
Meredith examines the tomb's statues and the carvings on the walls.
This scene is fantastic. You have a god Anubis, the jackal-headed deity mummifying the deceased, and all the other gods that you would expect to see in an ancient Egyptian scene.
The carving is of a scene typical in ancient Egyptian burials, but the tomb also has carvings from a different culture.
Down here on the sarcophagus, the scene is fully Greek. This garland and the head of these figures are 100% Greek.
The tomb is a strange mix of Greek and Egyptian styles. It's a clue to the true identity of Cleopatra and the Egypt she ruled. In 332 BC, Alexander the Great conquered Egypt and founded the city of Alexandria. He paved the way for a new dynasty of Greek pharaohs called the Ptolemies, who ruled from the new city. 300 years later, Cleopatra, aged just 21, defeated her younger brother in battle to become Queen of Egypt. Despite her Greek heritage, she embraced Egyptian traditions, wearing the dress and crown of the pharaohs of old, and becoming the first of her line to learn the Egyptian language. This tomb is a testament to the mix of the two ancient cultures Cleopatra personified.
This iconography forms a unique image that reflects the culture of Alexandria at the time of Cleopatra, a mixture of Greece and Egypt.
Cleopatra ruled from this multicultural capital for 20 years, but according to ancient sources, in 30 BC, she committed suicide as the last ever pharaoh. The clues to Cleopatra's many riddles, the reason for her downfall and death, and the location of her tomb can be found in the ruins of this hybrid Greek and Egyptian world. In Philadelphia, an ancient city that dates from the reign of Cleopatra, Egyptian archaeologist Bassem Gehad and his team have set up camp.
So this is the site of ancient Philadelphia. It's very hot, windy like today, and sand. It's not the best case scenario to live in.
Every year, Bassem and his team spend weeks at a time living in tents in the middle of this barren desert. Despite the basic conditions, for Bassem, it's a dream come true.
I've dreamed since I was a child to be an archaeologist and Egyptologist. For this reason, I have this kind of full energy to stand for many, many, many days and weeks in desert, non-stop work and non-stop excavation.
When Bassem excavated here last season, the team found a complex of vaulted tombs. Inside one of the tomb chambers, set back from the main gallery, they discovered thin strips of painted wood, reassembled to reveal a beautiful painting. The team also found fragments of a human skull and some diamond-patterned linen, remarkable traces of a hidden necropolis below the sand, and the people who lived here around 2,000 years ago. Bassem hopes to find an even bigger catacomb this year to investigate how the Greeks and ancient Egyptians coexisted in Cleopatra's Egypt.
We have many catacombs and tombs and graves in this area that could give us information about the Greeks and Egyptian who were living here together.
But there's one big problem. The site covers an area larger than 800 football fields, with no records of where the catacombs lie buried. It's a tough call to decide where to start digging.
It's just like as if you are searching for a needle in this big desert.
Bassem finds some banks of raised sand that match features he spotted on satellite imagery of the site. Together, they could be evidence of a large tomb hidden beneath the desert floor. The team marks out a trench and starts digging. They move tons of sand under the hot desert sun, and by noon, Bassem's hunch pays off.
So he just found this stairs that was cut in the rock, in the mother rock, and it leads to the entrance. We are thinking that it is a catacomb.
What treasures lie beyond the stairway? What could they reveal about Cleopatra's world and the downfall of ancient Egypt?
if we were super lucky, we will have like an intact catacomb. Maybe we could find the mummies.
The team works all afternoon to clear sand from the entrance. Finally, there's enough room for Bassem to take a look inside the tomb.
I can see a lot of remains of mummy and skeletons.
Bassem crawls through the narrow opening in the rock.
It's a unique example that we have here. Animal offerings everywhere.
Inside lies a huge catacomb complex with 11 burial niches. In front of one, Bassem discovers an intact amphora left above the sand.
This kind of jars, wine jars, were used on the turn of the Ptolemaic to the Romans, which is the date of the Cleopatra reign.
It's evidence that the catacomb is Greek and dates to Cleopatra's time. Now, the team must excavate the entire complex. Apart from a few pieces of pottery above the sand, it's almost entirely buried.
We are very, very happy and extremely excited to see what could be below this sand.
They begin to clear the first burial niche.
It's really tough work. Working in this condition, the humidity is absolutely high. It's really hot summer, and then dust and remains of organic materials, and it's really hard.
The team carefully removes several cubic feet of sand from the grave pit.
This is the most exciting part because you never know when you remove just 2 meters. You could find a wonderful thing. The most interesting gift of the season could be a few steps from your digging place. We have one skull and 2 left bones for 2 left legs, 2 different persons.
Bassem and forensic anthropologist Abdullah Abdallah inspect the skull.
Male. Yes. It's round, not sharp. 4 male.
Yeah.
From the bone structure, Abdullah can tell it's an adult male.
I want to see his age.
The formation of the skull reveals the man was about 50 years old when he died.
The sutures, which is the intersecting point of the different part of the skull, starts to disappear. For us, it's an indication for a real old man.
He was likely the patriarch of an extended Greek family, prospering in the reign of Cleopatra 2,000 years ago. What more can this catacomb reveal about Cleopatra's world? After excavating down 3 feet, Bassem calls a halt.
It seems that it is very difficult to maneuver inside this locally. As you see, this court is full of sand and debris and materials. It hinders us from going further, from work.
The huge piles of sand in the catacomb's main room make it impossible to reach down to the deeper levels of the burial niches. The team must clear the sand from the entire room before they can explore the niches fully. But with their excavation permit ending in just a few days, they have to work fast. At Taposiris Magna, Kathleen's team builds ladders down to the tunnel and the mysterious void beneath the temple. While she checks in with her crew at the other end of the site, she's tirelessly looking for clues to Cleopatra's tomb across the entire complex.
Cleopatra could be anywhere. I would explore every inch of this archaeological site, and I'm sure I will find her.
To the east of the temple, next to an ancient lighthouse, Kathleen already discovered a huge necropolis from Cleopatra's time. Last year, in a catacomb here, her team made an extraordinary discovery. While digging, the remains of a man emerged from the earth. In his mouth, they found a golden tongue cast from pure 22-karat gold. The tongue may have been meant to allow the deceased to speak with the gods. It's only one of 4 mummies like this the team has found in the necropolis. It's a sign this is a burial site of the elite.
We want to understand who are those who were buried here and what can we learn from this related to my search.
Kathleen has a new lead in this necropolis, an intact tomb.
You can express the excitement waiting to
without
see.
words, really.
Yeah. It's been hidden. It's been hidden for so long, and then we're here.
First, the team needs to remove the heavy limestone blocks that seal the burial.
Put it in the same position. No, here, Marta. The same position. You put it here.
Suddenly, one of the workers spots something in the sand.
What is that?
Metal, you know, it's bronze.
Kathleen and fellow archaeologist Juan Padilla inspect the find more closely.
It seems it has
Yes.
indentation.
Yes, and some decorations. Yes.
This is a part of a clothing. It is a fibula.
A fibula is a small brooch people used to fasten their robes in ancient times. It was common around the time Cleopatra's rule ended. Evidence this tomb could date to the very last chapter of her reign. Can this tomb reveal new information about Cleopatra's last days and her hidden burial chamber?
It's a very good sign. And this is on the top. So we have to see after we open what is inside the tomb.
For over an hour, in searing temperatures, the team hauls tons of sand out of the tomb.
Oh, wow.
Below the first set of limestone blocks, they unearth part of a skeleton, but it's unlike anything they've seen before.
Oh my God.
Kathleen and Juan examine the skeleton as it emerges from its tomb.
We believe it's a man because the structure of the bones are thick. It looks like a heavy or strong man.
The man's lower leg bones stick out from below the blocks. They're barely visible and covered in dirt. But Kathleen and Juan can tell this is no ordinary skeleton.
We can see perfectly how the human remains of this skeleton are very well preserved. Here we can see perfectly the tibia, the ankle, but we don't have here in this area any sign of the feet. It's totally clear.
The man's skeleton is well preserved, but his feet have been cut off clean at the ankle.
Oh my God, they cut his feet.
Why did someone mutilate this man's body?
The first thought is a kind of punishment.
It's possible this man had both his feet chopped off when he was alive. What had he done to warrant such a cruel punishment?
We need to find out. I'm really anxious to remove all the stones and see who he was. This is not normal.
The team removes the final blocks and clears the sand to expose the upper part of the skeleton.
You can see something, Kathleen. I think that is part of the school.
Wow, good. I'm so happy.
Kathleen investigates the skeleton as it emerges from the sand.
You see under his chin, you will find sign of mummification, as well the eye and in the front, the forehead. His feet has been cut, but at the same time, which is really strange, is that he has been mummified.
Mummification was an act of respect for the deceased, designed to keep the body intact for the afterlife, the ultimate reward for a virtuous life lived. Yet Kathleen believes this man was mutilated as a punishment.
Maybe he belongs to a powerful family, or He had an important position, but at the end he got punished.
This perplexing burial could be a sign of trouble in the time of Cleopatra. It's all the more reason Kathleen must continue her search for Cleopatra's tomb.
Every time we move forward, we excavate the site, we find more and more archaeological evidence, make us to understand that we are close.
At the necropolis of ancient Philadelphia, Bassem and his team have painstakingly removed several tons of sand from a catacomb dating to the time of Cleopatra.
So what we have progressed until now in this catacomb is cleaning the main court and one of the grave cuts locally.
Discoveries in the grave cuts might reveal more evidence of trouble in her reign.
So based on the status of the catacomb, it seems that the tomb raiders were here before and most of the grave cuts were disturbed.
Tomb raiders looted this tomb in ancient times, taking its gold and precious artifacts.
The only goal is to find wonderful objects. So they left some of the things. It seems for them not interesting, but for us it's really interesting.
Bassem inspects the items the robbers left behind.
We can see offerings from the family of the deceased. This is a flask made from glass. It's maybe used for perfumes. So it seems that offerings were just laid out in front of the locally, which fits very well with the beliefs of the ancient Egyptians.
The ancient Egyptians believed the deceased needed these offerings for the afterlife. Finding them in a Greek tomb could be evidence the Greeks here embraced Egyptian belief and custom, just like Cleopatra in her capital, Alexandria.
We will keep looking here inside this catacomb, and we'll search, we'll continue our search all over this necropolis.
With only a few days of his dig season left, Bassem decides to focus his efforts on the area just outside the tomb complex. It's not long until his decision pays off.
في حاجة عندك؟ طب تعال بس نشوف الجموع هنا. في ايه؟ معلش احنا جدا.
Barely visible in the sand is a thin strip of wood with faint traces of paint.
Oh wow. Oof. It's a breathtaking moment for me.
In the sands of the necropolis, Bassem has made an incredible discovery.
So what we are looking here is one fragment of a mummy portrait that is painted with the wax and encaustic technique.
Greek artists from Alexandria traveled south through Egypt along the Nile. People commissioned their portraits from the artists who painted with hot beeswax onto wood. The lifelike portraits were unlike anything in Egyptian art. People hung them in their homes. When they died, the portrait was put on their face before they were mummified, in the hope their spirit would remember what they looked like in the afterlife.
It's really a masterpiece.
Despite the layers of dust, Bassem can clearly make out the face of the woman it depicts.
We can realize all the detail, the hairs, eyes, nose, lips, and even the necklace, the green necklace from emerald, and the tunic, the Greek tunic, which is painted in purple.
It's a beautiful portrait of a Greek woman who lived and died here at Philadelphia around the time of Cleopatra, some 2,000 years ago. Bassem thinks tomb robbers must have broken the fragile painting when they tried to remove it from the grave.
When it's broken into small fragments or slides, for them it's useless. They could not sold it to the market, so most probably they left it at the site For us, it's a treasure. I can't see any kind of object that could be more beautiful than this face.
It's a great discovery. Everything Bassam has hoped for.
The aim of the mission, we can say that it's accomplished. This single piece makes our work here worth it, because it's in itself, it's unique.
It's possible that Cleopatra, too, would have been buried with a lifelike portrait of herself.
We know very well that ancient Egyptians were very keen in keeping the picture of the deceased. It seems that the tradition continued during the Ptolemaic period. They kept the same tradition, but they did it their own way, using a new tradition of paintings. And then they put this wonderful, amazing, awesome portraits on the face, and then they wrapped the whole mummy in an Egyptian style.
Bassam's discovery suggests that even outside Alexandria, the Greeks of Cleopatra's reign followed her example and embraced Egyptian customs. Cleopatra's respect for the old ways won her favor with the Egyptians, allowing her to rule over a prosperous, multicultural empire.
Both nations lived very harmoniously together in a very mixed community, mixed culture.
The Greeks and Egyptians lived together in harmony. So what was causing trouble in the time of Cleopatra? What led to her downfall? In Alexandria, Meredith has come to the Bibliotheca Alexandria, the city's modern library, to investigate.
This is the modern Library of Alexandria. It's somewhere near where the ancient library would have been. And the ancient Library of Alexandria was renowned through the entire Mediterranean world as the biggest center of knowledge. It had the most amount of books ever collected.
But it's not an ancient book that grabs Meredith's attention. It's an unusual granite bust.
This statue is remarkable. It's got this Greek-style haircut, like a fringe that comes down, and it's wispy and curly. So to me, this is a very Greek face. And then on top of it is a traditional ancient Egyptian headdress for kings called the Nemes headdress.
The Nemes is a folded piece of striped cloth covering the head and shoulders. Worn with a crown, it identifies the wearer as a pharaoh.
So this is the headdress of an Egyptian king with the face of a Greek man. This is most probably Caesarion, the son of Cleopatra, and a direct product of her relationship with Rome.
Caesarion was the son of Cleopatra and Julius Caesar, the great dictator of Rome. The two began an affair when Cleopatra was fighting a bitter civil war with her brother against her dying father's wish for them to rule together. When Caesar and his army came to Alexandria, Cleopatra seized her chance to win a powerful ally and Egypt's crown. As her brother's army patrolled the city, Cleopatra smuggled herself into Caesar's chambers, rolled in a rug, to meet him face to face. Entranced, Caesar helped Cleopatra win her throne, and the two had a son, Caesarion. But a few years later, Roman senators, fearing Caesar's grip on power, assassinated him. His three closest allies took control of Rome. Cleopatra met with one of them, Mark Antony, making her entrance on a golden boat. They formed a new alliance, and the two fell in love.
Cleopatra has been painted as some wanton seductress, but in actuality, all of her moves were strategic. She was a smart woman who understood geopolitics and understood Egypt and the Mediterranean world. She made alliances based on who was in power and who could help her secure the throne.
Egypt was stable. Cleopatra was firmly in control, backed by a strong alliance with Mark Antony and Rome. But just 10 years later, everything came tumbling down. What went wrong? Meredith investigates a giant marble bust just next to the statue of Cleopatra's son, Caesarion.
This statue is fantastic. It's totally non-Egyptian. Everything about this screams Rome, from the white marble to the hairstyle, the delicate portraiture in the face, the nose, everything. This is a Roman statue. This statue is Octavian.
Octavian was Julius Caesar's adopted son. After Caesar's death, Octavian moved quickly to take power in Rome. Mark Antony and his alliance with Cleopatra stood in the way.
They formed a huge superblock of power that Octavian thought was a direct threat to his rule.
And Octavian had a score to settle with Mark Antony.
Mark Antony was married to Octavian's sister while he was having an alliance and a relationship with Cleopatra. So this upset him on a political level and a personal level.
In 32 BC, Octavian, backed by the Roman Senate, declared war on Cleopatra. Cleopatra's alliance with Mark Antony had put her and Egypt in the line of fire.
Cleopatra's relationship with Mark Antony seemed like a brilliant strategy, yet it led her into trouble.
At Taposiris Magna, the brutally mutilated but beautifully mummified man may be a victim of Cleopatra's war with Rome.
This time was chaotic. The 1st century, it was Cleopatra, Mark Antony against Octavian, and maybe he was on the wrong side. And this is why he got punished. It's a great discovery.
Cleopatra would also be a victim of this war. Now, Kathleen is hunting for her lost tomb. She believes it's in a large cavity she's discovered beneath the temple here. Her team has finally set up a ladder system at the top of the dark and narrow entrance shaft. Kathleen can finally enter. It's 25 feet deep. A fall from that height could kill her.
For some reason that I don't understand, I'm not afraid. I'm ready to go down. Oh my gosh. Oh. The second stairs, it's really unstable. It's moving. Oh God.
After a perilous descent, Kathleen can explore the tunnel.
This is marvelous. We can see clearly there are some traces of painting of ancient time. We can see plaster here. It was covered. The construction of this tunnel, it's been made by chisel, by hand. Hundreds of meters.
The tunnel is hundreds of feet long and cut through solid bedrock. Carving it by hand would have taken years.
Well, why? Why they will build these tunnels? Why they will do such a big effort?
Could the huge amount of time invested to dig and decorate this tunnel be evidence that it leads to Cleopatra's long-lost tomb? Kathleen ventures deeper.
air is rotten. Can't breathe anymore here. No. Oh, wow.
In Alexandria, Meredith investigates what led to Cleopatra's mysterious death. In the heart of her capital are the ancient ruins of Kam el-Deka.
Oh, this is an incredible sight. It's completely preserved. This is stunning. Looking around, there's no ancient Egypt here. There's this amphitheater, a public bath, broad streets. Everything about this space is Roman.
At Kam el-Deka, there is no trace of Cleopatra's mix of Egyptian and Greek culture.
It's evidence of a complete Roman takeover.
Julius Caesar's adopted son, Octavian, was threatened by Cleopatra and Mark Antony's alliance. A year after declaring war, he made his move. Octavian amassed a vast navy and attacked Cleopatra and Mark Antony's combined forces. The fleets clashed off the coast of Greece. Octavian's navy won the day, and Mark Antony and Cleopatra each fled. According to legend, Mark Antony later heard rumors Cleopatra was dead, so he fell on his sword to join her in the afterlife. But Cleopatra was alive. She rushed to his side, and he died in her arms.
Mark Antony's death was the first step in Octavian becoming the sole ruler and dictator of Rome. But that wasn't enough for Octavian. He was ambitious. He wanted to expand the empire, and he had his eyes set on the wealth of Egypt.
Only Cleopatra stood in his way.
Cleopatra was a smart ruler. She was capable, and despite all the challenges, she kept Egypt safe and prosperous for a long time. But she had backed the wrong guy. Her empire was in tatters, her lover was dead, and Rome was breathing down her neck. Cleopatra, she had run out of options.
Legends say Cleopatra took her own life using the venomous bite of a cobra. Octavian had invaded Egypt and now searched for her son and heir, Caesarion, but he had fled to the east coast. The young king returned to Alexandria to beg for mercy. But Octavian ordered his death. The age of the pharaohs was over.
The death of Mark Antony, Cleopatra, and her son gave full, uncontested control of Egypt to Octavian.
Octavian became Rome's first emperor and took the title Augustus. Egypt became a province of his huge empire.
The Egypt that had survived for 3,000 years was no more.
And Cleopatra's body and tomb have never been found. At Taposiris Magna, Kathleen is about 100 feet into the tunnel when she suddenly spots something behind the debris.
Oh. I am not able to walk, but I can see. I can see over there. There is an entrance. Let's try to see as much as possible. If we're lucky, we can see what is beyond the rubbish. It continues. You can see clear. The tunnel continues. This is it.
The entrance is a tantalizing clue. Could it lead to an underground tomb? Perhaps even the lost tomb of Cleopatra.
I have a hunch, and I think I about to solve this mystery. With this door, yes. Oh. I can't breathe.
After 30 minutes in the tunnel, Kathleen is forced to return to the surface for fresh air.
I'm so tired. And my boots are slippery. Oh, alhamdulillah.
A huge mound of rubble blocks the mystery entrance inside the tunnel. Kathleen won't be able to clear it before her permits run out in a few days' time. But the tunnel and the void beyond it are more promising than she had hoped.
After all these years, you can imagine the excitement to go down and really explore. The tomb of Cleopatra might be down there. And I'm really very proud of the work we're doing here. So let's applaud for all my team and all this effort.
After years of searching, Kathleen could be closer than ever to discovering the lost tomb of Cleopatra.
These tunnels are leading us to probably one of the major discoveries of this century.
Every season, archaeologists unearth new clues about Egypt's last pharaoh. Their evidence shows Cleopatra skillfully ruled over a hybrid Greek-Egyptian society. She forged clever alliances to secure her throne and keep Egypt safe. But she got caught up in Octavian's plans for domination. As he engulfed Egypt in a violent war, Cleopatra might have had no other escape but to commit suicide and hide her tomb from his wrath.
She outsmarted the Romans. She outsmarted the most powerful army on earth. And I believe they brought her here. And she disappeared at Taposiris Magna.
But while Cleopatra was defeated, her memory lives on and captures the imagination to this day.
This is the entrance of the pyramid. It's really very exciting.
Archaeologists are on the brink of the discovery of a lifetime.
Nobody entered here. It's a really important moment for all of us.
Ahead, the burial chamber of a mysterious ancient queen, untouched for 4,000 years.
We will see if this wooden beam is really stable enough. We will remove this part. Let's hope it's safe.
Egypt, the land of the pyramids and mighty monuments, built by all-powerful pharaohs like Khufu, Ramses, and Tutankhamun. But now, archaeologists are revealing new evidence of rulers of a different kind, who could even become pharaohs themselves, the queens of Egypt. How did these women rise to power in a world dominated by men? To investigate, American Egyptologist Colleen Darnell explores a temple built by one of Egypt's greatest queens, Hatshepsut.
This temple is fantastic.
A row of imposing statues lines the temple.
Oh my goodness, this is amazing. These statues are images of the pharaoh in the form of Osiris, but we knew it's a king because of the double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt.
This is the temple of Queen Hatshepsut, but there are statues of kings everywhere.
The king wears a divine beard and holds a crook and a flail, typical symbols of royalty.
Even though she was a woman, Hatshepsut portrayed herself as a man. Colleen investigates why.
I would like to find a cartouche that has a royal name written in hieroglyphs.
A cartouche is an oval-shaped box used in Egyptian inscriptions. Only kings or queens could put their name inside one. Colleen hunts inside the temple. It's a difficult task. Many cartouches here have been hacked out or destroyed.
Aha! This is the cartouche I've been looking for. Hatshepsut. Over here is the word Sat for daughter. Now this is a big clue. The daughter of Re, of his body, Hatshepsut.
Hatshepsut's cartouche identifies her as a daughter, not a son. It's clear she was not hiding her gender. But the only way Hatshepsut could project her power as a pharaoh was to portray herself as a man, as a king. Hatshepsut was a queen of Egypt and one of only a few women ever to rule as king. She restored broken trade routes with foreign lands, bringing a wealth of luxuries like gold, myrrh, and ebony into Egypt. In the capital, Thebes, she erected colossal monuments, signifying the power, riches, and order she brought to her country. And her mortuary temple is one of the grandest ever built in Egypt. Its splendor is a monument to Egypt's success under Hatshepsut's rule. But how did this famous and celebrated queen become king? Colleen investigates.
This is a really interesting wall. The name of Thutmose III is here, and these would have been the cartouches of Hatshepsut.
Hatshepsut was the daughter of one pharaoh and married to another. When her husband died, her infant nephew, Thutmose III, became king.
Thutmose III was just a child, so Hatshepsut essentially ruled Egypt as queen. But then she transforms into pharaoh herself, into a co-regent with Thutmose III.
Hatshepsut ruled as co-regent for 20 prosperous years. The magnificent temple is testament to her rule. But why is it so hard to find evidence of her here?
After Hatshepsut's death, Thutmose became sole pharaoh, and later on in his reign, he hacked out the names and images of his aunt, Hatshepsut.
Thutmose wanted to erase the memory of Hatshepsut and her children to secure the throne for his son. Yet Hatshepsut's name survives as evidence of the power women could attain in ancient Egypt.
She was a spectacular pharaoh, from monumental building campaigns to expeditions to far-off lands. But I want to know more about how she ruled as a woman.
Archaeologist Patrick Chudzik is also exploring the Temple of Hatshepsut. Like Colleen, he's on the trail of how she ruled as a woman.
From 22nd, 23rd dynasty.
Patrick always dreamed of becoming an Egyptologist. Now he leads the Polish mission at one of Egypt's most famous monuments.
Hatshepsut is my favorite pharaoh. It's a specific story of a woman who became a female king.
His team excavates ground beside the temple. The old pathway leads to an ancient tomb.
To me, it's the most exciting tomb in the Hatshepsut temple.
100 years ago, American archaeologist Herbert Winlock excavated here. But he left a secret hidden beneath the temple, a tomb that he recorded but never fully excavated.
We know that this tomb was erected around 500 years before Hatshepsut's reign. And when she built her temple in this area, she left the area empty.
Hatshepsut could have destroyed the tomb to build her temple here, but she didn't.
The question is why she left the tomb open.
Patrick hopes that the mystery of the tomb might explain why Hatshepsut built her temple here and reveal something of how she ruled as a pharaoh queen. at Saqqara. Mohammed Magahed is also investigating the queens of Egypt. He is exploring the remains of a pyramid built for a queen.
I like our work because it's not boring. Every day you have a change. Every season you come here, you have something new.
Mohammed, who lives in the Czech Republic, has been returning to his native Egypt for 12 years to excavate this site. He sees archaeology as a forensic investigation.
This is our crime scene. Every piece of sand, every piece of limestone, it gives us an idea how the site looked like.
Mohammed heads up to the top of the pyramid. The core has collapsed, forming a deep crater in the center. He plans to search for the original entrance tunnel.
Today, we will start digging and finding the entrance of the pyramid.
This is the biggest pyramid ever built for a queen. She must have been extraordinarily powerful. Who was she?
For hundreds of years, we knew that this pyramid is a mystery.
The last attempt to excavate it in 1952 failed to find the burial chamber.
We knew that it was built for a queen, but we never knew who was buried inside. We used to call this pyramid the pyramid of the unknown queen.
Mohammed discovered the identity of the owner 2 years ago.
We found the granite column lying in this area, and on the column we have the name of the queen and her titles. Now we can say that this pyramid belonged to Queen Setebhor.
Setebhor was the wife of King Djedkura, a powerful Old Kingdom pharaoh who ruled 4,400 years ago. Djedkura built the pyramid 170 feet tall, cased with white Tora limestone and capped with a stone pyramidion plated with gold. Around his pyramid sprawled a vast complex of columns, statues, and temples. To the northeast is a second pyramid for his wife, Queen Setebhor, with blocks weighing up to 30 tons, rising 110 feet from the desert sand. Clad in brilliant limestone, it had a burial chamber at its heart to keep Setebhor's body safe for all eternity. Queen Setebhor's tomb is the largest remaining pyramid in Egypt with an unexplored burial chamber.
The pyramid of Setebhor is really the last pyramid to enter in the modern time. Nobody entered here. It's a really important moment for all of us.
Discoveries in her burial chamber could explain her importance and why she had such a huge pyramid. But today, large parts of the pyramid are missing and filled with sand. Mohammed has to dig deep to find any remains. A metal scraping catches Mohammed's attention.
We have here, for the first time today, some nice white limestone.
The high-quality limestone block could be a sign of the entrance.
We have to still go deeper.
After many hours of hard digging, Mohammed feels he is getting close.
I'm so excited. Underneath here, I'm definitely sure that we will have the entrance of the pyramid.
No one in the modern era has entered Queen Setebhor's burial chamber, but Mohammed has discovered an ancient passage. He could soon be the first person to step inside the chamber in over 4,000 years. But ahead, a wall of sand blocks the way. A team excavated here in 1952. They built a wall and propped up a collapsed ceiling before they abandoned their search for the burial chamber.
We will see if this wooden beam is really stable enough. And if it's not stable, we have to build here a small wall to support this.
Thousands of tons of rubble and stone are directly above their heads.
Let's hope it's safe. We will remove this part of wood and we will build here.
Mohammed must make the corridor safe immediately or risk a collapse.
We cannot leave it for tomorrow. We have immediately to build it. Today.
At Deir el-Bahari, near Luxor, Colleen is investigating the reign of the pharaoh queen Hatshepsut and how she ruled a society dominated by men.
So this is interesting. Hatshepsut is being breastfed by goddesses. And this is something that we know kings claimed, that they were consuming the milk of various goddesses.
The engraving reveals that Hatshepsut claimed kingship as her divine right. She was the choice of the gods.
This is the god Amun, and he's seated. His legs are slightly overlapping those of Ahmosa, the mother of Hatshepsut. Amun is handing an Ankh sign, the sign of life, to Queen Ahmosa. And what this means is that Amun is impregnating the queen. This is the moment of Hatshepsut's conception.
Hatshepsut claimed divine birth, that she was the daughter of the god Amun. It was a powerful claim.
Hatshepsut is being very clever here. Only the king can claim to be of divine birth. She's using as propaganda the divine birth, claiming her right to be a pharaoh.
Egyptians expected the pharaoh to be male. Hatshepsut's royal birth and marriage were not enough to claim the throne. She had to invoke the will of the gods.
She was the daughter of a king and the wife of a king, but the divine birth scenes enabled her to become king.
Hatshepsut relied on clever propaganda to legitimize her revolutionary rule.
From the beginning of Egyptian history, queen mothers could rule when pharaohs were very young. But Hatshepsut does something different. She becomes pharaoh herself, co-regent with Thutmose III. And here in Hatshepsut's temple, we see her remarkable rise to power.
Hatshepsut was the firstborn of a pharaoh. She married the next pharaoh, her half-brother. But when he died, the next male heir was her infant nephew, Thutmose. When the child took the throne, she ruled by his side for 7 years. But then she made a power grab, declaring herself a true pharaoh. As pharaoh, Hatshepsut launched a campaign of propaganda. She painted scenes showing the great god Amun as her father and of her birth in the presence of the gods, legitimizing her as the divine heir to the throne of Egypt.
Ooh, this is incredible. This is Hatshepsut as a sphinx, and you can see her long curling tail. And what's awesome are the legs of the enemies flying up in the air as she tramples them. Even though Hatshepsut was a female king, this depiction of her as a trampling sphinx indicates the ferocity of her rule.
Hatshepsut had to project a carefully crafted image of physical strength and divine right. She was a prototype for ruling queens throughout history.
As a female pharaoh, Hatshepsut had tremendous power. But what I want to know is, did other queens exert the same authority?
Colleen wants to find out if more ancient Egyptian queens followed Hatshepsut's example, or if there was another way to be a powerful queen. At Saqqara, Mohammed's team races to reinforce the entrance to Queen Setebor's ancient pyramid. While Mohammed waits, the rest of his team excavates the strange ruins next to her pyramid. They have found huge stone blocks buried in a deep sand-filled pit. They could reveal clues to the role and power of Setebor. But first, they have to dig them out.
With a very simple calculation, the block weight is 6.5 tons. For moving heavy stones like this, you don't need muscles, you need brain.
As the men get started, Mohammed spots ancient hieroglyphs carved into the granite.
It's mentioning twice the name of the queen and one of her titles, that's it. Interestingly, she is not mentioning that she's the king's wife.
The hieroglyphs suggest Setebor is not just a royal wife. Also, the block itself could be a part of an important structure next to her pyramid. It could reveal the extent of her power and importance.
This is the fun maybe in our work. We collect small pieces and it makes you try to understand the rest of the story.
The men roll the block again until it sits precariously on the rails.
Takes 1.5 tons. Any mistake, it could cause an injury.
The block is finally moving the wrong way. The men struggle to move the granite block from the pit. But Mohammed has a new plan to get it out, using a chain block.
We'll see if it will work or no. So finally it's working. It's slow, but it's working.
At last, the men move the block and set it aside.
Wow, they did it.
Now, Mohammed can examine it in detail.
It's so beautiful. This was the door hinge, so the door socket was here.
Mohammed discovers the block is a lintel that would have sat above a grand doorway.
Now we know exactly the width of the door. In the future, we can reconstruct it.
The lintel bears Queen Setebor's name, a clue it's part of the mysterious structure built next to her pyramid.
She's using very special granite, which was only used for kings, not for queens.
Was Setebor acting as a king? What will this mystery building and her pyramid reveal about Queen Setebor's power? At Deir el-Bahari, near Luxor, Patrick is also investigating a queen, Hatshepsut. Strangely, she preserved an ancient tomb beneath her magnificent mortuary temple. Patrick wants to know if it can shed light on how Hatshepsut ruled as a pharaoh queen. The original occupant of the tomb remains a mystery.
We are sure that it wasn't a prince or even the other son of king.
A hollow in the floor once held a mummy in a wooden coffin. They are both long gone, but Patrick has uncovered some significant clues.
We are cleaning the tomb inside. Among the thousands of kilograms of debris, we found magnificent objects from the tomb.
Their excavations confirm that the tomb predates Hatshepsut's temple by hundreds of years. Hatshepsut built her temple with 3 huge layered terraces carved into the rocks and parades of 22 columns. She adorned the walls with scenes that proclaimed her divine right to rule Egypt. But in the far corner, she left a small entrance to a corridor that led down to a plain burial chamber. Patrick's team excavated rubble containing thousands of ancient artifacts, including pottery and mysterious wooden figurines. Why did Hatshepsut build her temple on top of this hidden tomb?
Unfortunately, there is no inscriptional evidence, but I want to get to know what the objects which we revealed from the debris will tell us.
Pottery expert Anya Vezhniavska is working through the thousands of finds from the tomb. She thinks she's found something important.
I wanted to show you.
Oh.
There's a complete one, actually. Have
Oh,
you seen something like that?
never before. Oh, that's impressive.
even the smallest find could help reveal the secrets of the tomb and what significance it held for Hatshepsut. In Saqqara, deep inside the pyramid, Mohammed's team has built an extra supporting wall. Now, he can resume the search for Queen Sedebor's burial chamber.
We have measured above the pyramid, and we are almost in the middle of the pyramid here.
If Mohammed can reach her tomb, it may answer vital questions. Why did Sedibor have the biggest pyramid ever built for a queen? What was the extent of her power? But to get any further, Mohammed faces his toughest obstacle yet. The end of the corridor is blocked by an unstable wall of sand and rubble. It could avalanche down at the slightest touch.
I called now the Rais to instruct him how to proceed. I also trust him, so I will take his opinion if this is stable.
The foreman, the Rais, gives a cautious go-ahead to continue the search for the burial chamber.
لا هو توبه لك اهو تبقى عاوز يرمح يا ريس اوعى سنه.
From the top of the pyramid, Mohammed can see the problem. A hole is forming in the crater. The rubble is falling straight through to the men in the tunnel.
The bad sign is part of the ceiling is not preserved. The good sign, we are not very deep, so we are very close to the burial chamber.
Down below, the rubble just keeps on coming. The dust slows the work of Mohammed's men, but finally, they make a breakthrough.
For the first time, we have the daylight inside the burial chamber of the queen. We have to continue removing the rubble and the limestone chips.
Mohammed checks the pyramid core, but he must tread carefully where the tomb ceiling has collapsed.
Part of the north wall of the burial chamber of Queen Setebhura, which is fantastic to see from the other side.
There's still a lot of ancient rubble to remove before he can investigate inside. He only has 1 week left on his permit for the site. Will it be enough time to reveal the secrets of Queen Sedebor's burial chamber? At Abu Simbel, near Egypt's southern border, Colleen visits one of Egypt's most remarkable monuments. She is investigating how women wielded power as queens in a world dominated by men. Hatshepsut turned herself into a king. But was there another way for queens to exercise power? Colleen has come to the temple of one of the most exalted queens of all to find out.
I want to investigate one of the greatest queens of history. Her name is Nefertari, and she's the wife of Ramses the Great.
Ramses II ruled Egypt for 60 years. He expanded the empire and built more monuments than any other ruler. His achievements earned him the title Ramses the Great.
This is a statue of Queen Nefertari. To either side are images of her husband Ramses II, but what's remarkable is she's almost of equal height to the pharaoh himself.
In ancient Egypt, size meant power. Nefertari was portrayed as having virtually equal power to Ramses himself. But Colleen finds an inscription revealing something even more impressive.
Here's an inscription that tells us, Weben Ra en Merut es. Re rises for love of her.
Re was the ancient Egyptian sun god.
This column of hieroglyphs means that Nefertari was one of the few queens to achieve the status of a goddess.
Nefertari was honored as a goddess, even though she was not a pharaoh queen like Hatshepsut. What did she do to deserve this exalted status?
So now I want to know, is this just propaganda for a favorite wife, or did she actually wield power? This is the queen. Nefertari is incredibly beautiful, but I think there's more to the story than that. This is a clay tablet found in modern-day Turkey.
It's a letter written in ancient Akkadian. It shows the Queen of the Hittites writing to Nefertari before the two empires completed the world's first recorded peace treaty.
This means that she was really involved in diplomacy between the two greatest empires of the ancient world.
It shows that Nefertari was an influential figure. She helped broker a treaty that kept peace between the great empires for 40 years. Ramses acknowledged his queen's importance on the walls of her temple.
This is Ramses smiting an enemy. It's brutal, but this is how ancient Egyptian kings expressed their power. What's unusual is that Queen Nefertari is behind him.
Kings rarely shared the glory of military victories with their queens. It suggests Nefertari played a significant role in Ramses' reign.
It's possible that this is propaganda, but it's also likely that this shows Queen Nefertari had real political power.
The evidence suggests Nefertari and Ramses formed a royal power couple, each vital to the success of the other.
Ancient Egyptian queens, whether they were married to a pharaoh or ruled as pharaoh in their own right, they truly wielded authority.
While Hatshepsut ruled as a king, Nefertari exercised a different sort of power. From behind the throne, her astute diplomacy and political influence helped change the course of Egypt's history. At Saqqara, time is running out for Mohammed to discover the secrets of Queen Sedabor's burial chamber. His team has finally cleared a path. Now Mohammed can get through to see the chamber for himself. But they face a new danger from above. The roof of the burial chamber has completely collapsed, and the crumbling, overhanging walls could follow at any moment.
This is the area which we need to support.
If the walls are only propped up by the loose rubble underfoot, the slightest move could bring them crashing down in an instant. But if they can find solid stone foundations beneath the wall, they can be more confident that the overhang won't collapse as they dig.
We have here part of the large stone, and he is looking for the continuation of the stones.
They search for the massive stone slabs that once supported the structure above. Until they find them, their only protection is to patch the walls with mortar. Outside Sedabor's pyramid, Czech archaeologist Hanna V. Mazalova helps Mohammed investigate the mysterious ruins. If she can discover what they were, it might reveal the source of Sedabor's power and how she ruled as queen. She finds an important clue.
Yeah, so we have here the typical pattern of the ceilings, like a night sky with stars.
The stars would have originally been painted yellow on a dark blue background. They help Hannah identify the structure.
This is the roofing block, which came from the portico of the queen.
It's part of a huge portico, a ceremonial entrance to what must have been a temple.
This was the portico, and here is an entrance into the temple, which was just opposite to the stairs. And if you measure the width of this entrance, it actually fits very nicely.
Hannah's discovery proves this mysterious building was Queen Sedabor's funerary temple. Here, priests and worshippers spoke her name, and according to Egyptian belief, ensured her soul lived for eternity.
It is very exciting to see it all coming together. It's a puzzle, 3D.
It's a significant find, and its size is more evidence that Setebor was a powerful woman.
The funerary temple is the biggest funerary temple built for a queen in the Old Kingdom.
What more can these ruins reveal about Setebor and the queens of the Old Kingdom? Could she have paved the way for powerful new kingdom queens like Hatshepsut and Nefertari? At Deir el-Bahari, Patrick wants to know why Hatshepsut chose this location for her temple and how she ruled in a world dominated by men. He hopes that the thousands of finds from a tomb beneath it might yield clues. One new discovery intrigues Patrick and Anya.
It's amazing. A double bottle showing two females with a female breast in the upper part.
And that's interesting because female features also.
And it also came from the tomb.
Yes, yes.
The pieces look like religious charms.
This cow head with a cobra
Oh, yes.
and a solar disc between the horns, which is unfortunately gone. Amulets showing the head of a woman with cow ears.
Patrick has a hunch that he's seen these features before. He heads up to a shrine that Hatshepsut built in her temple. It could reveal why the Pharaoh Queen built here.
And the pillars, we can see a female head with a cow ears on both sides.
Hatshepsut dedicated this shrine to the cow goddess Hathor. It's directly above the tomb. The matching finds confirm a theory Patrick has, that the tomb was used by a religious cult that worshipped Hathor. Hathor was the mother of the gods and their representatives here on Earth, the pharaohs. Ancient Egyptians worshipped Hathor in the form of a cow, or as a woman with cow horns holding the sun disk. She was the powerful goddess of motherhood and fertility, who breathed new life into dead souls and guided them to the hereafter. In some myths, Hathor gave birth to the sun each day, bringing life and banishing the darkness. She was particularly revered by pharaohs. By feeding them her divine milk, Hathor bestowed on them the power to rule.
It's really exciting because the items which we found in the tomb, now we know that they were connected for sure with the cow goddess Hathor.
The tomb was built long before Hatshepsut, but the Hathor amulets discovered in it date to her era. They're powerful proof that the old tomb was used in the cult worship of Hathor in Hatshepsut's time.
It's telling us about the very intensive story of the cult of the cow goddess.
Patrick believes this is why Hatshepsut built her temple here. This entire valley had ancient links with the Hathor cult. The sheer quantity of discoveries in the tomb prove the cult was very active during Hatshepsut's reign.
The cow goddess was worshipped in el-Bahari, at least since the Middle Kingdom. But Hatshepsut decided to build not only her temple at el-Bahari, but also to construct a special shrine for the cow goddess.
Hatshepsut was one of the few queens ever to become pharaoh. She used masculine images all over her temple to project her power. But Patrick's new evidence shows that she projected feminine powers too, promoting Hathor here ahead of all the other gods. The powerful goddess of femininity, motherhood, and women helped Hatshepsut become the mother of her nation. At Saqqara, in Setebor's burial chamber, Mohammed's team is searching for solid limestone foundations beneath the overhanging walls so they can be sure they are safe. He hopes the chamber will hold clues to how Setebor ruled as a queen. Was she a ruling pharaoh like Hatshepsut, or a powerful wife like Nefertari. Finally, a worker sees a smooth limestone face. Mohammed confirms it's the stone he's been looking for.
It's a good news because it's supporting all of the area here.
Solid stone foundations underpin the overhang, so digging can safely proceed. It's the last day of excavation inside the pyramid. Hannah joins Mohammed in the burial chamber. But will they have time to excavate all this rubble and find any traces of Setebor? They've discovered she built the largest pyramid and funerary temple of any queen of the Old Kingdom. But how did she rule? Was she pharaoh herself or part of a royal power couple? Mohammed hopes to find answers in the burial chamber itself.
It seems everything was smashed. This very small, tiny, small pieces of limestone, it means the stone robbers came here and smashed everything.
Stone robbers plundered valuable white limestone from most of Egypt's ancient tombs, just as tomb robbers took their treasures. But Mohammed still sees a treasure trove of clues.
Yes, we have more surprises.
The exposed limestone reveals an important new discovery.
The sirdab. It's really nice. The queen built for the first time a sirdab. It's a storeroom to the east of her burial chamber.
A sirdab was a chamber usually reserved for the statue of the pharaoh. Later queens had sirdabs, but Mohammed has discovered Setebor was the first queen to build one. Why was Setebor able to claim this and other privileges of kings? All the clues show that Mohammed and Hannah have discovered one of the most illustrious queens of ancient Egypt. Setebor was wife of Djedkura, one of the great pharaohs of the Old Kingdom. She was powerful enough to build the largest pyramid and temple complex of any Old Kingdom queen. The size and design of her mortuary temple looks less like a queen's and more like a king's. Could this mean that Djedkura's mysterious queen may have ruled as king? Hieroglyphics expert Hannah thinks that the answer might be hiding on a column they discovered by her pyramid. It's inscribed with her name, Setebor. The last part of it, Hor, stands for Horus, the falcon god.
The name of Horus is written with the individual letters, not with the sign of the falcon, because if it's written as a falcon, that would be the king's name.
The Horus inscription reveals the true extent of Setebor's power.
There are features which scream, I'm the important queen. But at the same time, there are features which show that she is not a royal person. She's not the ruler. She's not the king.
Setebor was not a pharaoh queen, the supreme ruler of Egypt. She didn't have the power of Hatshepsut, but the evidence uncovered here suggests she was a powerful royal from a powerful royal dynasty, and perhaps reigned more like Nefertari 1,000 years later.
Everything that we are uncovering here, they all seem to indicate that she might have been related to the kings. So maybe she was the link between those kings and Djedkura himself. Maybe that's why she was so important, because she was the one who helped him to the throne of Egypt, and she was the power behind the throne.
Their discoveries reveal that Queen Setebor was one of the most powerful and influential figures of ancient Egypt. In a society that venerated its ancestors, perhaps she was even a role model for the great queens who followed her. Finally, the team has excavated enough rubble for Mohammed to see the dimensions of Setebor's burial chamber.
Maybe this is the line of the height of the room. The ceiling reached up until this line, all the way. We have the line in the room, all the way here.
The discovery of the ceiling line means there is still 10 feet of rubble to clear to reveal the entire tomb, and time is running out. Today is the last day on his permit for the site.
I'm not sure we will reach the floor today. Actually, I am not sure even if we will have a floor.
But Mohammed has achieved his goal. He's found Sedibor's burial chamber, and he'll return to excavate it fully.
I hope in the coming season we will come again and we will continue and we will finish the work.
Mohammed and Hannah have rediscovered a long-lost queen who towered over Egypt 900 years before Hatshepsut. A queen ahead of her time, inspiring queens for centuries to come. And a queen like Hatshepsut, who projected masculine power but drew on the feminine goddess Hathor. And Nefertari, who wielded her formidable power alongside one of the greatest kings of all time. Perhaps Sedibor was a trailblazer for both. Now, she can be restored to her rightful place alongside them and be recognized amongst the greatest queens of ancient Egypt. Egypt, the richest source of archaeological treasures on the planet.
Oh, that's a fabulous one.
Beneath this desert landscape lie the secrets of this ancient civilization.
Wow, you can see why the pharaohs chose this place.
Now, for a full season of excavations, our cameras have unprecedented access to follow teams on the front line of archaeology.
I'm driving so fast because I'm so excited.
It's an entrance. We can see an entrance.
Revealing buried secrets.
I have just been told that they have found something.
Oh my God. And making discoveries that could rewrite ancient history. This time, new secrets about one of Egypt's greatest rulers. The Pharaoh Queen, Hatshepsut. Dr. Zavransky discovers buried treasures at her magnificent temple.
Her wish was to be remembered for millions of years.
The Darnells uncover how she formed a mysterious double identity to seize power.
For my beloved daughter, not son.
And John and Maria unearth a rare and intriguing statue.
Hold. Do you realize what he just pulled out of his head?
Luxor, Egypt. A landscape strewn with ancient ruins and magnificent temples built for the great pharaohs of Egypt. Cut into the surrounding mountains lies the finest temple of them all. Its owner was a revolutionary, a rare female pharaoh called Hatshepsut. Now archaeologists are searching for clues to reveal more about this enigmatic pharaoh queen. Leading the hunt is Polish archaeologist Dr. Zbigniew Zawransky.
I've been working here since 30 years. Every day is something new to know, to discover, to find, perhaps never-ending story.
The landscape is dominated by Hatshepsut's immense temple, constructed to commemorate her reign as a pharaoh. Ancient builders carved the site directly into the towering rocky cliffs. They built it in 3 separate levels, each one a terrace connected by ramps over 100 feet long. At the top, 26 statues of the god of the underworld, Osiris, stand as guardians. This masterpiece of ancient architecture is the key to the secrets of the pharaoh Queen Hatshepsut.
It is an exceptional building. The temple is unique in the history of Egyptian architecture and in the history of the world architecture.
Dr. Zavransky and his team have been excavating and restoring Hatshepsut's temple for the past 19 seasons.
Hi, hi, hi.
They are on a mission to piece back together the temple ruins. 120 years ago, legendary British Egyptologist Howard Carter was part of the team that excavated this site. Much of the temple was buried and badly damaged, and little was known about its owner. Today, Dr. Zavransky continues working to restore and rebuild the temple to reveal the secrets of the Pharaoh Queen Hatshepsut.
She was a volcano of ideas. We hope to excavate, to know more about her plans, about herself, her dynasty.
Hatshepsut was only the second woman to ever become pharaoh, and the first for nearly 300 years. The fearless queen oversaw military campaigns to Egypt's southern borders and claimed to have visited the battlefield herself. She built a fleet of ships to sail the Red Sea and re-established an international trade network, bringing back exotic goods and riches. Under Hatshepsut, Egypt prospered, and she built giant monuments across the country to show that she was in control. Hatshepsut's temple was just one of around 10 megastructures she built during her 22-year reign. Across the Nile, she erected vast swaths of a giant temple complex called Karnak and a 98-foot obelisk, the largest standing in Egypt today. But the extraordinary life of this radical woman still poses many mysteries. Now, archaeologists are on the hunt for new clues. "80 miles south of her temple, in Gebel El Silsila, lies one of Hatshepsut's quarries. Here, on the banks of the Nile,
What do you want, mate?
John Ward and Maria Nilsson from Lund University are getting ready to excavate at the quarry.
These lovely eggs.
You want some bread?
They want to investigate how Hatshepsut used the quarry during her reign. In dig season, they live on this boat with their baby son Jonathan, daughter Freya, and dog Carter.
What are you going to do today, Frey?
Play in the sand.
Yeah?
When you're a little bit older, you can come over and help Daddy, yeah?
Archaeology and Egypt itself has been with me since I was a kid. I knew from the beginning that I'm here now is no surprise to family and friends back home. The very day that I gave birth to Jonathan, we were going through what we actually needed on site for the shopping center.
It never stops for
No.
us. Even on Christmas Day.
Guys, come on! We ready?
John and Maria have spent the last 10 seasons investigating this site used by Hatshepsut.
Hatshepsut was responsible for removing hundreds of thousands of tons of sandstone from this quarry alone, let alone the other quarries across the whole landscape.
With evidence of over 10,000 years of human activity across 15 square miles, it's one of the largest archaeological sites in Egypt. Here, the couple is excavating an abandoned statue. They want to know if it belonged to Hatshepsut.
Good morning, Sphinxy.
An unfinished ram-headed sphinx.
It's a unique find.
It is.
The Sphinx is a mythical beast modeled on a lion, but with the head of a human. Others were carved with the head of a ram and are known as cryosphinxes. They act as guardians, protecting the entrances to pyramids, temples, and sacred sites. It's thought that Hatshepsut started the greatest display of sphinxes known to ancient Egypt. An avenue of sphinxes, enhanced over the centuries, stretching nearly 2 miles between the great temples of Luxor and Karnak.
It's absolutely amazing. It's one of those dreams to work with this kind of monumental statue.
Come on, let's go there.
John and Maria need to dig out the buried Sphinx to confirm where this statue was meant to go. They set to work to see what lies beneath the sand.
Elevator, guys. Come on.
Good guys.
"120 miles from Luxor, in Aswan, lies Kubet El Hawa. This site is a densely occupied necropolis of around 100 ancient tombs. Some have never been opened and hold the secrets to how the necropolis was being used during Hatshepsut's time.
It's amazing.
Archaeologist Martina Bardanova is part of a Spanish team preparing to open up one of the unexplored tombs.
When I was about 15, I read about archaeology in Egypt and I completely fell in love. Been for several years, I'm coming and it's still like, wow. I can't believe it, you know? I don't know if I can imagine how it is when your dreams come true.
Martina wants to excavate inside a new, unopened tomb. But before she can get to it, she needs to clear a pathway through the sand outside.
Everything is covered. I'm thinking about which way to take off the sand. The basic problem here.
Strong desert winds have blown sand in front of the tomb entrance. But after just an hour clearing a path, the team makes a discovery that could put a halt to everything. A member of Martina's team has found parts of a body hidden in the sand.
There is a burial, but basically you can see the skull with remains of hair.
These human remains appear to be ancient.
It's basically, it's so fragile when you touch it or when even the sand around moves, it's just falling apart. We can put wet toilet paper because otherwise the bones crack.
Martina needs to find out why this body is outside the tomb and find any clues that will help her to put a date on the burial. As she clears away the sand, the bones reveal something even more unusual.
It looks like a child. It might be a child.
In the quarry at Gabel El Silsila, John and Maria are excavating what could be one of Hatshepsut's sphinxes.
Come and get your apples and pears now. Come and get them. This is my archaeological field box. It's a little bit heavy, but this is the prototype. A new version will come next season, I hope, which will be lighter. At the moment, we've just got a nice stony layer on the top, which goes for the first 2 to 3 centimeters. Then beneath that, if I stick my little magical tool inside and then withdraw it, it's full of that, which to the untrained eye is just black powder. Actually, that's iron filings from the chisels of the quarrymen of these quarries. The sand still today contains a memory of all that work that took place here thousands of years ago.
The sand even holds clues about what the workers had for lunch.
Fish bones. Someone could have had a nice meal down by the belly of the Sphinx.
As work continues, the team unearths something remarkable from under the Sphinx.
Hold. No, stand there. Stand there. Do you realise what he's just pulled out? A small Sphinx. Oh, wow. That is absolutely beautiful. A small cryo-sphinx. There's the two haunches. There's the head. There's the head. There's the body. Here's the body. What a discovery. I mean, it's fantastic. It really is. Wow. Isn't she beautiful?
Large Sphinx statues are seen throughout Egypt, but a miniature on this scale is one of a kind.
Meet the child.
And must be recorded by the dig inspector, Khalid Shaki. Khalid is supervising the dig to report any finds back to the Egyptian government.
This is amazing. This is very wonderful.
Personally, I think it's a model. Was it the son or the child, possibly, or the apprentice, copying the master? The master's making the real thing,
The copy, yes.
and he's making a copy. You've got the horn here
Yes.
for that, but this side is broken off. He's
Yeah.
gone in there and he's
I
got
see
whack,
that.
and the whole boom. And that's probably why it was discarded.
John thinks the miniature was carved out for practice.
Fantastic.
Well done.
Shako.
It's an astonishing find.
Find me another one, guys.
At Hatshepsut's temple, Dr. Zavransky is investigating the paintings she left on the walls. The imagery holds clues to Hatshepsut's life and reveals a family power struggle with her nephew, who was also her stepson, Thutmose III.
Here we see Hatshepsut, and behind her we have a figure of Thutmose III. We have two kings.
Images etched into these walls reveal the story of Hatshepsut's extraordinary rise to power. She was the firstborn of a royal family, but tradition dictated that only men could become the pharaoh. So power was granted to her infant stepson. But after 7 years of acting as his aide, Hatshepsut made an unprecedented move for power. She overtook her stepson and proclaimed that she was now the king of Egypt.
We see on the walls of this temple, there are two kings, but Hatshepsut is always number one.
Hatshepsut's power play was revolutionary. Now, Dr. Zavransky is searching for new evidence to piece together her mysterious life. In the ruins next to Hatshepsut's temple, the team has discovered a ring of ancient mud bricks.
We are on the top of something. Now we'll go deeper, see what is inside.
They think artifacts could be buried here, but after a day of digging, progress comes to a halt. A 1-ton block of sandstone is precariously balanced on top of the mud bricks. If the block falls, it could destroy any treasures buried beneath. Dr. Zavransky's team has no heavy lifting equipment on site, so they have to improvise. If they can't move the block, they won't be able to find out what's hidden beneath. 50 miles from Hatshepsut's temple in El Kab Yale University professor John Darnell and his wife, Egyptologist Dr. Colleen Darnell, are beginning their season. They're using digital technology to record ancient rock inscriptions to figure out how hieroglyphic writing began.
I want to be absolutely certain that we have the beak as it should be and that we have this little crest as it should be.
The pair has spent over 20 years exploring the deserts and temples of Egypt to interpret these ancient carvings. During dig season, they analyze their findings for publication here at their home.
This is about as spectacular of an expedition house, a dig house, you can have anywhere in the world. The view of the Nile, the mud brick architecture, it's really a dream come true. These are about 90 years old. Linen, it's pretty remarkable that it survived, so it's fun to play archaeology with clothing as well. I have a 1920s jumper and suit set, and a fun pair of 19-teens knickers.
Today, the couple is heading across the Nile to investigate a mysterious set of inscriptions.
There's just no duplicate for looking at the inscriptions themselves on the actual monuments within these great architectural settings.
Their destination is Karnak Temple. Its beautiful chapels and decorated courtyards cover a massive site. Here, many great pharaohs, including Hatshepsut, left their mark. But there's a mystery. Despite being female, Hatshepsut is often depicted as a man.
So here we see Hatshepsut and Thutmose III, and they are wearing identical crowns, broad collars, starched kilts. So if you were to approach this wall without being able to read the hieroglyphs, you wouldn't be able to tell who is who.
Throughout the site, Hatshepsut continually represents herself with male features.
She's wearing a male kilt and even the pharaonic beard.
But hidden in the hieroglyphic text, Colleen finds evidence of her real gender.
Here we have the female indication of her gender within the text. For my beloved daughter, not son.
They know that this is a woman in the role for which most of the iconography and most of the terms are masculine. So the Egyptians are aware of this and they work with it.
Evidence on a temple wall reveals Hatshepsut wasn't hiding her femininity. She was proving she was a pharaoh. A fake beard was a way to show a connection with the god Osiris. Even male pharaohs wore an artificial beard. But other items she wore were also reserved for men, like the famous headdress, the nemes, and the kilt. But she transformed herself with these symbols of power to strengthen her image across the kingdom. Hatshepsut dressed not as a man, but as a pharaoh. Hatshepsut blurred her gender to be considered equal. But how equal was society for women in ancient Egypt? Near Hatshepsut's temple, in a tomb site called Dra'abu el-Naga,
take one side out, up the corridor, with the human remains on the edge.
archaeologist Suzanne Onstein and her team from the University of Memphis are investigating the roles of women in ancient Egyptian society.
One of the things that I really focused on in my career was what were women doing? What were women's lives like? Every time I come to work here, I feel really excited. There's no better feeling or job satisfaction, really.
It's Suzanne's 10th season excavating this tomb. but it's still packed with the body parts of men, women, and mummified children. Torn apart by ancient looters, the team must piece the human remains back together.
This is skull fragments.
Not everybody feels comfortable working with the dead, but this is my job in terms of bringing light to ancient Egypt and bringing light to individuals.
Those spines. It's a pelvis.
Right now we're organizing the human remains. We have hundreds, thousands and thousands of bones, and so keeping track of them is a bit complicated. I think. Jesus, penises or packets? Probably penis. No?
This is probably penis. This is probably packet.
Okay. Too big to be penis? Yeah. There's a lot of shrinkage in the afterlife. We found several of these mummified pieces. Some of them are packets of the organs that were placed back inside. Occasionally, one is a penis that has been detached from a body. Even King Tut lost his penis. It actually had just sort of fallen down into the sarcophagus nearby, but somebody noticed it was gone one day, and there was a big situation looking for King Tut's penis.
Handling these intimate body parts is not for the faint-hearted. But combing through the pieces, Suzanne makes a dramatic discovery.
She was probably about 20 years old, and I'm inclined to think nearly 100% that she died as a result of childbirth.
At the necropolis in Aswan, Martina is unearthing the remains of a buried child outside the tomb entrance.
You can see quite well. He's very tiny and very fragile. I compare it with my 4-year-old niece, so she's like that big. It's emotional because, you know, it's a child.
Child mortality was high in ancient Egypt, but it's rare to find them buried and preserved at this necropolis.
Whenever you find some, it's something.
The team must move the bones of the child to get access to the tomb. But as they clear the area, they find something else staring up from beneath the sand.
Ah! Oh my God.
Martina's team has just uncovered an ancient face mask made of cartonnage.
You can see this beautiful cartonnage, skillfully how they made the eyes.
The mask covers the head of an adult mummy buried outside the tomb. But the team must strengthen it with resin before they can attempt to move it. This precious cartonnage mask was meant to help ensure a successful afterlife.
Tutankhamun had it from gold, and this mummy had it from cartonnage. And this one is more beautiful than Tutankhamun's one.
The cartonnage should help the team reveal who these bodies are and when they date from. But strong winds are on the way, and the team must work fast.
There is a time pressure. We have to remove the burial. You have to proceed as quick as possible. It may happen that during the night some storm or strong wind come, and then everything is lost.
120 miles north,
And just hold it for a minute.
American archaeologist Suzanne Onstein is piecing together the remains of women and children.
This child right here is really very touching. His face is still preserved.
She's searching for clues to their roles in society around the time of Hatshepsut. She's found dramatic evidence of one individual's life and death.
The vagina is the hole here, still very distended. So we know that within 24 hours of giving birth and passing a child, that she died, because otherwise the vagina would have shrank back to its original anatomical position. So to find real evidence for something that is sort of commonly spoken about, that childbirth is a really dangerous time for women in antiquity, really kind of unique in a very dramatic fashion.
The mortal dangers of childbirth are clear, but Suzanne believes women still held positions of power.
Just looking at the paintings, we have evidence for them participating in all levels of society. The scenes throughout really emphasize their sort of equal stature.
But the female pharaoh Hatshepsut wanted to be more than just equal. In the ancient quarry at Silsila, while John continues to dig out the Sphinx, Maria is investigating the site for evidence of Hatshepsut's mass building campaign. Inside a temple at the quarry, the carved relief scenes on the walls have been changed.
The reliefs that we see on the walls now are not the original scenes. If we start to look closer, in fact, what we can see here are the telltale signs underneath of an original scene that is no longer here. We can see a ship transporting an obelisk.
The ghost images hidden in the wall reveal how Hatshepsut may have been shipping obelisks from Silsila. Hatshepsut was famous for her supersized 320-ton obelisk cut from granite further south. But lifting it upright would stretch the limits of ancient engineering. Builders dragged the obelisk up a ramp and then carefully dug away the earth beneath until the base hit the foundations in the rock. Finally, an army of builders used ropes to pull this monumental obelisk upright.
It's putting it all together. It's making a full circle. We have the beautiful golden sandstone. We got the workers active during the time of Hatshepsut. I personally love working with queens and female pharaohs, so for me it's wonderful.
Hatshepsut may have been shipping obelisks from Silsila, but what was driving her to build these colossal monuments? At the Karnak Temple, John and Colleen Darnell think the answer lies on Hatshepsut's giant obelisk itself.
Is the majesty of this noble god,
who has made for her father.
She addresses future generations and literally tells us that people who shall come, generation after generation, will know why she did this. She is doing this for deep purposes of religious devotion. But on the flip side, when you look up at the obelisk, some of the largest hieroglyphs are the name of Hatshepsut herself. So this is a giant statement of propaganda. I mean, there's no missing the fact that this is a projection on a monumental scale of pharaonic power.
Hatshepsut built these monuments to immortalize her name, not as a woman, but as one of the greatest pharaohs of Egypt. Beside Hatshepsut's temple, Dr. Zavransky and the team need to move a 1-ton sandstone block so they can excavate underneath.
Mabruk, Mabruk. I think we're almost there.
With the block finally moved, they can begin to dig through the sand layers.
Ah, finally something.
Underneath the temple ruins, the team has unearthed ancient fragments of pottery.
I think we have the first complete pot.
Look at that.
Yeah, the whole pot.
Wonderful, huh? Isn't that nice?
We are very excited and happy because nobody, maybe except ancient Egyptian, were seeing this before.
These small clues could help Dr. Zavransky unravel the mysterious events after Hatshepsut's death. When she died around the age of 50, her stepson, King Thutmose III, finally regained his power. And higher up the cliff, Dr. Zavransky sees evidence of his temple.
It was not possible to build a bigger temple than the temple of Hatshepsut, but it was higher.
Hatshepsut's immense temple took up the prime spot in the mountain of the Valley of the Kings. So Thutmose III built his temple right next to it, but in an elevated position. Ancient builders constructed huge columns on top of a raised platform. Dr. Zavransky's team has figured out what this temple would have looked like and discovered its upper terrace was 11 feet higher than Hatshepsut's. A political power play by Thutmose to finally overshadow his stepmother.
It was better visible. Point number one in the valley. He wanted this effect.
Thutmose had tried to upstage Hatshepsut, but in a twist of fate, ancient earthquakes and landslides have left his temple badly damaged. It may never look as it once did, but Dr. Zavransky and his team are working to restore what remains.
Today we have restored Temple of Hatshepsut, but after, let's say, 5-10 years, we'll have a restored Temple of Thutmose III as well. It's only a matter of time.
In Aswan, Martina and the team are finishing their excavations outside the tomb.
Tired?
They've managed to move the bones in delicate cartonnage into the on-site lab. From studying the decorative style, Martina believes these burials dated to a few hundred years before the time of Hatshepsut, in a period called the Middle Kingdom.
We know that it's a Middle Kingdom date. With the cartonnage, it was really well done. It was high quality work. And we know that they were, let's say, higher status persons.
Martina thinks the child and adult burials are a family connection to whoever owned the tomb. But her team must continue to unearth the secrets of who or what is hidden inside.
It's going to be amazing to see finally how it looks like.
After a grueling few days, the team heads back to the dig house.
It's the best part of the day. You relax when you can slow down, calm, eat. First time when I moved from Czech Republic, I missed home. My family I miss very much from time to time, but now I'm looking forward.
In the quarry at Silsila,
Ahmed! Yes!
John Ward is still excavating what could be the remains of one of Hatshepsut's sphinxes.
What I've got is basically a dressed piece of sandstone, and I can feel a nice right-angle corner here. What I'm hoping, actually, that is the top part of the head here, which is missing. 1, 2, 3. Up! And turn him over. Turn him over. Shway, 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 shway. The head of the Sphinx. So now we have a complete Sphinx, as far as I'm concerned. Both Maria and I do not consider this a job. This is life. Silsila is our life. These guys are our family, and it's mankind's history. All started here.
After a long, hot dig, John can finally show Maria the enormity of what they've unearthed.
Oh, wow.
The abandoned Sphinx statue is nearly 10 feet high.
Wow. This is just silly. Why on earth is it still here?
It's the largest they've seen at the quarry.
As far as I know, there's no records whatsoever of any unfinished Sphinx that is intact like this.
It's in such good condition, it's a mystery why this giant statue was abandoned. It's possible a small fracture in the stone could have stopped the work. But John and Maria still want to find out where this Sphinx was destined to go.
So we need to now look at all the Sphinxes, the Sphinx Avenue of Hatshepsut, Karnak, to find out where we have one of this size. You're looking at over 5 ton there, if not more.
Wow.
At the magnificent Karnak Temple, Hatshepsut began construction of the Avenue of the Sphinxes. Some statues have been moved, damaged, or have even disappeared, but hundreds still remain across the temple site.
How do you want to tackle this?
John and Maria Ward have come to Karnak to try and find a match for the Sphinx they've discovered back at the quarry.
Our tail goes further along the back paw, then swoops right. These don't look big enough at the front.
As well as matching the style, the couple is looking for black specks called inclusions within the sandstone itself.
If we can find those black inclusions, the little black dots, then we know that it's from, most probably, from the same quarry and from the same period.
I'm not seeing any.
These, so far, do not show any such marks. No, I think we need to explore a little bit further.
There's no sign of a matching Sphinx on the avenue outside the temple walls. But hidden inside the temple, they find another style.
They are different, Maria. They are different. That haunch.
Yeah.
Look at the belly cut.
I would agree.
And look at the front. See the girth of the neck.
I would agree.
Coming down, and that would have, the paws.
And you got the black inclusion.
Black inclusions. Wow. There we have it.
Although damaged, the couple is certain these sphinxes came from Silsila.
At Silsila, they haven't been finished. They're still in their raw state. They would have been transported to here.
The evidence suggests John and Maria's Sphinx would have made a remarkable journey. Carved out at the quarry, shipped 100 miles down the Nile, and placed at Karnak Temple.
I'm feeling very proud. I feel like a proud father. These are our children. This is from Silsila. Everything, bit by bit by bit, has culminated in this one moment. Bang. The Sphinx.
By Hatshepsut's temple, Dr. Zavransky and the team continue their excavation.
Look at that treasure. It's filled with content.
And the pot looks like New Kingdom.
They have unearthed ancient pottery and food buried in the ground. These were gifts to the gods, offerings made when the temple was first built.
It's a very important piece in this puzzle.
Bit by bit, each of these small finds is helping to unearth the secrets of this magnificent site. Dr. Zavransky has dedicated his life to revealing the legacy of Hatshepsut, the incredible Pharaoh Queen.
It was a heap of stones, the whole area. Her name was lost, and of course the temple was not visible. After our work, after our restoration, cleaning, conservation, her names are visible. Her figures restored, and her wish was to be worshipped, to be remembered for millions of years. It happened. She is. We remember her. Sometimes I say I'm hopelessly devoted to her.
Hatshepsut was a leader, a politician, and a revolutionary, the likes of which the world had never seen. Against all odds, Hatshepsut rose to become a pharaoh, and through her magnificent temple, she is remembered once again. Egypt, the richest source of archaeological treasures on the planet.
Oh,
That's a fabulous one.
Beneath this desert landscape lie the secrets of this ancient civilization.
Wow. You see why the pharaohs chose this place.
Now, for a full season of excavations, our cameras have unprecedented access to follow teams on the front line of archaeology.
I'm driving so fast because I'm so excited.
it's an entrance. We can see an entrance.
Revealing buried secrets.
I have just been told that they have found something.
Oh my gosh.
A sphinx!
And making discoveries that could rewrite ancient history. This time, the hunt for the lost tomb of Queen Cleopatra. Colleen searches for clues in the hieroglyphs.
Here we see Cleopatra as the goddess Isis.
Alejandro scans ancient mummies in an Egyptian hospital.
We have amulets.
And Kathleen makes a startling discovery deep underground.
It goes in the direction of the temple.
Ancient Egypt, a kingdom of great pharaohs and a cradle of civilization. But after 3,000 years, this rule came to an end with the last pharaoh, Queen Cleopatra. For centuries, this enigmatic woman has captured the imagination of the world. But the location of her tomb is still a mystery. Today, archaeologists across Egypt are on the hunt for clues. Renowned Egyptologists Colleen and John Darnell are experts in decoding hieroglyphs. They're on their way to the Valley of the Kings.
We're headed to the location of the burials of nearly every pharaoh of the New Kingdom.
The valley is a rabbit warren of 65 hidden tombs. They form one of the greatest royal cemeteries in the world, but not all of them are finished.
This morning we're going to the unfinished tomb of Ramses XI. It's the last tomb begun in the Valley of the Kings, and many times unfinished things in Egypt can actually tell you a little bit more than the completed product.
Ramesses XI reigned over 1,000 years before Cleopatra. But when he died, his tomb was never used.
So here you can see just the initial phases of the tomb decoration, but it's already a beautiful depiction of Ramses XI. You know exactly who we're looking at because of his cartouches, his name rings in front of his face.
Looks like they've laid out what would have been remarkable illustrations and texts early in the initial part of the tomb.
The tomb of Ramesses XI is located in the east of the Valley of the Kings. Its cavernous chambers and pillared halls reveal how the pharaoh should have been buried. But the back of the tomb is unfinished. After 500 years of Egypt's kings and queens being buried in the valley, Ramesses' tomb marks the end of an era. Ramesses XI abandoned the Valley of the Kings, and no more pharaohs were buried there.
This is very much the end of a legacy. This is the end of kings being buried in the Valley of the Kings, but it's also the start of something new, of continued royal burial that really ends with Cleopatra.
Historians believe this royal burial site was abandoned because of looting, but no one has found the cemetery for the last pharaohs of Egypt, Cleopatra and her family line. So where could it be? After the valley fell out of use, eventually Egypt's seat of power shifted north to Alexandria. The last great dynasty of pharaohs established their capital here to exploit trade across the Mediterranean Sea. Archaeologist Dr. Ross Thomas from the British Museum is here exploring the ancient capital for evidence that could lead to Cleopatra.
The ancient city housed about 500,000 people during the 1st century BC, and it was one of the most important ancient ports and ancient cities of the Mediterranean.
The port city of Alexandria was founded by Alexander the Great, who conquered Egypt 2,300 years ago. It was famed for its palaces, statues, its library, and a colossal lighthouse standing over 350 feet tall, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. During this time, Egypt was ruled by the successors of Alexander, the Greek pharaohs called the Ptolemies. But this family line ended when the country was eventually conquered by Rome, leaving the last pharaoh of Egypt, Queen Cleopatra. Many archaeologists think Cleopatra will be found in a royal cemetery somewhere in Alexandria, the capital built by her own family. But searching here is difficult. The ancient city was hit by a series of earthquakes, and much of it now lies beneath the waves.
So do we have weights here?
Yes. عتيم ده اللي فيه 150 عشان ما تلخبطش مع حاجة تانية.
Professor Imad Khalil from Alexandria University began exploring the sunken city over 20 years ago, keeping an eagle eye out for Cleopatra's tomb.
This has not been found, obviously, in Alexandria yet. But as we always say, beneath Alexandria, there are other Alexandrias. Okay.
The evidence of Cleopatra's ancient capital is strewn across the seabed. Shards of pottery, huge columns, fallen obelisks, and what they believe is one of the doorways to the famous lighthouse.
There are scores of columns and column bases, hundreds of blocks, really large structural blocks.
I think we managed to see part of an obelisk and part of the doorway of the lighthouse. So it's really something. Yeah.
Every dive provides new data for Imad and Ross to research, but there's no sign of Cleopatra or her family's graves.
Well, you'd assume that they'd want to be buried in their own city. Normally what you have is a royal cemetery with all the burials for the kings and queens.
But what if Cleopatra wasn't buried in Alexandria at all? One woman thinks everyone has been looking in the wrong place. 30 miles west of Alexandria, in an ancient city called Taposiris Magna, there is a little-known temple. Here, Kathleen Martinez, a qualified lawyer turned archaeologist, is on a quest.
So this is one of the exciting moments of an excavation.
For the past decade, she has been building a case that Queen Cleopatra is buried beneath this temple.
I want to be an archaeologist since I was a child. But my parents convinced me to study law, and I became a lawyer. But all this knowledge and this information that I had as a lawyer, I combined with archaeology, and this is how I follow Cleopatra's steps to Taposiris Magna.
Kathleen is from the Dominican Republic in the Caribbean, but 13 years ago, she gave up her law work and started excavating here at the temple.
We have uncovered so many important structures that prove this temple functioned as a temple during the time of Queen Cleopatra and the Greek pharaohs. So this could be the perfect place for Cleopatra's lost tomb.
At the age of 18, Cleopatra became pharaoh when her father, Ptolemy XII, died. She went on to rule for 21 years. Faced with the threat of a Roman invasion, she formed alliances with the enemy, first wooing Julius Caesar and bearing his child, followed by a relationship with Mark Antony. But in 31 BC, the Roman navy, led by Octavian, attacked Egypt. To avoid capture, legend has it that Cleopatra committed suicide with the bite of a venomous snake.
She threatened Rome, and Romans were afraid of her. She thought she could conquer the world, even though she was a woman. She was a warrior, and she achieved the impossible, and this is why she is my heroine, and I will try to do everything I can to find her tomb.
Kathleen believes Cleopatra could be buried somewhere around the site. This season, she has a promising lead 300 feet outside the temple walls, a strange hollow in the ground.
We found the cut. It's a cut in the bedrock. It's a shaft, and we are trying to find out where it leads us.
Kathleen believes the shaft could lead to Cleopatra's lost tomb, hidden deep underground. But trying to excavate this site is dangerous.
It's dangerous because if the bucket turned around, it could hit the guys which are down there.
With the potential to break through into an underground cavity, they're worried the floor of the shaft could suddenly collapse.
Any second it will go down.
It's an entrance. We can see an entrance.
It's a huge discovery. The shaft leads to an underground tunnel.
It's so exciting. I need to see what is in there. It has been hidden for 2,000 years.
Across Egypt, the hunt for lost tombs continues. 500 miles south of Alexandria is the ancient city of Aswan. It's here that Spanish archaeologist Alejandro Jimenez Serrano leads a large mission working at the ancient necropolis of Kubet al-Hawa. The site is home to one of the largest sets of intact tombs in Egypt. Alejandro is searching for unmarked graves and lost tombs. This sprawling site is even older than the Valley of the Kings and is thought to be the burial site of many wealthy nobles. Today, he's working in one of the ancient tombs, trying to identify who was buried there.
Unfortunately, it has no inscription, so we don't know the owner or the family who occupies tomb. We can only say which period or when was built because of the style.
But deep inside this tomb, the team has just unearthed two buried mummies. As they clear away the sand, Alejandro makes a startling discovery. It's the edge of a beautiful golden death mask.
Wow.
Death masks are often made of layers of linen or recycled papyrus and then soaked in plaster. This forms a tough material, a bit like paper mache, called cartonnage. While still wet, the cartonnage is molded to resemble the face of the deceased and then painted. Often the name of the person was written on the mask, along with inscriptions to help transport the deceased into the afterlife. This ancient funeral practice continued for over 2,000 years, right up to the time of Cleopatra.
And the quality of the cartonnage is amazing, the colors, and it has text, and it seems that it will be possible to read the name of the original owner.
But before Alejandro can try to put a name to this ancient body, his team will need to extract the fragile mask. They use soft paintbrushes to remove the sand grain by grain, and then strengthen the mask with paper coated with resin to stop it from breaking.
It's a privilege, and it's amazing to have the opportunity to work with untouched material.
Back at Tapiceris Magna,
They take such a good care of me. They are not used to women going down the shaft.
Kathleen Martinez is descending into a 2,000-year-old shaft. She believes it could lead her to the lost tomb of Queen Cleopatra. But there's a problem.
God, the tunnels are full of water.
The vertical shaft descends 20 feet down and leads to two narrow tunnels.
We have tunnel, which is perfectly cut in the bedrock. One, it seems to lead to the north, and the other goes to the south.
The fact that the tunnels are flooded makes any further exploration very difficult, but Kathleen is determined to push on.
Okay, look. Oh God, so creepy, look. Ah. At the end of the tunnel, there is a door, but it's almost completely covered with water.
Now she can see the quality of the stonework and how much effort it would have taken to create these tunnels. Kathleen is sure they must lead to somewhere important.
I tried to go inside, but then the level is deeper, and I almost fall down. So I need to pump up the water. I have to explore this door.
Kathleen will need to find a water pump before she can explore the flooded tunnels any further.
You cannot walk there or crawl because of the water. It's unsafe. It will be one of the greatest adventures in the excavation now because we need to know what is in there.
Kathleen is convinced Cleopatra's lost tomb is hidden somewhere around this site. She has evidence the temple is linked to the Egyptian goddess Isis. Kathleen thinks this is her biggest clue so far.
Archaeological evidence that the temple was maybe the most important religious center for Isis in the north. And the thing we know about Queen Cleopatra is that she was buried in a temple of Isis. So it could be a perfect place for Cleopatra's lost tomb.
But who was Isis, and how is she connected to Cleopatra? 380 miles south of Taposiris Magna, on the banks of the River Nile, parts of this vast temple site are dedicated to Isis, who was a well-loved Egyptian goddess in Cleopatra's time. It's here that Dr. Colleen Darnell continues her own search for clues to Cleopatra's life, written in the hieroglyphs.
We're walking into the temple at Dendera, and one of the most significant scenes here is a depiction of Cleopatra.
The temple was first built 2,000 years ago and became a major place of worship for ordinary Egyptians. Through the centuries, a succession of pharaohs carved their names and images here so they could be worshipped, including Cleopatra.
So the title here is Lord of the Two Lands, referring to Upper and Lower Egypt. Cleopatra.
Cleopatra made a shrewd decision. On the temple, she wears the symbolic headdress of Isis.
Here we see the famous representation of Cleopatra as goddess Isis. Here we have Cleopatra and her son Caesarion. So Cleopatra has a long wig, the horns and sun disk, and ostrich feathers behind that.
Cleopatra wanted to be seen by her subjects as the earthly incarnation of Isis. She was making a profound connection with one of the most popular goddesses of the time. Isis was famed for her powers of healing and protection, and was adored by both Egyptians and Greeks. By immortalizing herself as Isis on the temple wall, Cleopatra hoped to keep the full support and love of her people. And it worked.
For Cleopatra to step into the role of Isis really proclaimed her identity as divine ruler.
At Taposiris Magna, Kathleen thinks Cleopatra's Isis connection could mean she's buried somewhere beneath the temple. Now, the team is pumping out the water from the flooded underground tunnels, but it's going to take a while before she can explore.
It's working. Alhamdulillah. It's a big relief to see it working. Imagine today or tomorrow we're going to be able to explore. It's so exciting.
Kathleen believes Cleopatra could be buried in an underground chamber, and the tunnels could lead her to it. She originally found the location of the shaft using radar technology, but with the potential for a huge discovery just feet away, she has brought in more sensitive military-grade equipment to look deeper into the rock.
For me, the future of the excavation is ground-penetrating radar. It's a technology that was used for military purposes, searching for tunnels and searching for cavities. And this technology is perfect for what I am looking for. So we can work here, make a profile here.
As they move the radar scanner along, it fires radio wave pulses into the ground.
So here we are going about 15-meter depths.
The data from the scan will have to be sent away for analysis. It should reveal any hollow cavities hidden underground, and possibly even the location of Cleopatra's burial chamber.
I always, so excited about this.
Back at the excavation site, everything is resting on the team pumping the water from the underground tunnels. While work continues at the dig, in Cairo, Kathleen is attending an important event.
Hey, what do you think?
Nice. Oh my God.
At the Egyptian Museum, hundreds of Kathleen's finds have been chosen to go on display for the very first time. They all come from her site at Taposiris Magna, unearthed over 10 years of excavation. Kathleen believes each piece adds further weight to her theory that Cleopatra could be buried there.
We discovered around 200 coins. For example, this is a coin of Queen Cleopatra. Can you imagine that I've been searching for Queen Cleopatra, and this is the first time I was face to face with my heroine. It was the moment so excited at the excavation. Yes, we are going to change this one for this one, yes. I was thinking now, when I was a kid in the Dominican Republic, and I dreamed one day to make discoveries in Egypt. And everybody in Dominican, my teachers, my parents told me this will never happen. And now we are presenting 350 objects.
For someone who started as an amateur archaeologist, Kathleen now has the eyes of the world looking at her finds.
Desire to change history. It's one of the greatest moments in my life. Of course, the exhibition, it's only a presentation of a work, but the real work, the one we're really excited about, is to be on site and continue searching.
Back at the dig site, there's a problem with the water pump.
Mohammed, what happened?
I don't know, maybe the electricity was not working. Cut, yeah.
It's not working now.
Now, stopped.
Can you imagine after all this effort now, there's no electricity in the area? And only a few hours left today and tomorrow. That's it.
Kathleen's government permit to dig at the site only lasts for one more day. She's now racing against the clock to explore the underground tunnels.
We face so many challenges, but we never give up.
At the 4,000-year-old necropolis of Kubet el Hawa, Alejandro's team has unearthed a very rare death mask made of a material called cartonnage. He hopes the mask will tell him the name of the person buried in the tomb, but decoding the hieroglyphs is proving difficult.
I cannot read properly all the signs. It will be better to do it after the consolidation and cleaning.
Alejandro's team has started the painstaking process of extracting the mask. Their job is made even harder because it's embedded under the bones of its owner.
It's quite a delicate moment because we have human remains that are touching, and we don't want to destroy the cartonnage.
They are taking off the cartonnage. Geniale.
The ancient mask is carefully removed, but comes out in several parts, held together with resin and paper to prevent any further damage.
It is really amazing. Vale, gracias. And I'm simply now checking if there was name or not. Yes, there are more hieroglyphs.
Here is the name. It's for the soul of Seti Heka Ib A Inet.
Alejandro can now put a name to the unknown body, but he still doesn't know the person's job or role in society.
We have now to look in the publications if we have any reference in the neighborhood or in other documents, and but it's amazing.
The death mask is now taken to their on-site lab for further analysis. The team will try to piece it back together like a jigsaw puzzle. There could still be more secrets to be revealed about this mysterious man. In Aswan, On the other side of the site, Alejandro has unearthed several mummies still intact. He's searching for clues to their identity, which may lie hidden within the ancient bandages. But to keep them intact, archaeologists are no longer allowed to open up the wrappings.
100 years ago, it was common just to cut the wrappings. Today, we are lucky to have non-invasive techniques. And the idea is that we are going to take to the University Hospital in Aswan, where they have very good CT scans.
By scanning the bodies, Alejandro hopes to examine how they died and also to see if there are any funerary objects hidden inside.
We have the possibility that he could have a dagger or a metal object inside. We could confirm the age of death. If he suffered any kind of disease, definitely the CT scan will tell us a lot of information.
In the Valley of the Kings, John and Colleen Darnell continue their search for clues to Cleopatra's life and untimely death. Deep in the tomb of Pharaoh Seti I, they're examining inscriptions that could shed light on how Cleopatra chose to commit suicide. The tombs of the Valley of the Kings were built during a golden age in Egyptian civilization. Treasures and decorations reveal the symbolism that played a key role in their belief system. The tomb of Pharaoh Seti I lies in the southeast of the valley. It's the deepest and most widely decorated. Painted on its walls are images of gods and goddesses who lay at the heart of Egyptian society, forming a belief system that continued until Cleopatra's time.
Here deep in the tomb of Seti I, we see a fantastic depiction of the goddess Wajid. She's labeled here in the hieroglyphs, and she is the cobra who sits on the brow of the king.
Wajid was the protector of Egypt and of its pharaohs. She often took the form of a snake, usually an Egyptian cobra. Legend has it that Cleopatra killed herself with the bite of a venomous snake when trapped by the invading Roman army.
This depiction is over 1,000 years before the suicide of Cleopatra. And the fact that she chooses this ancient symbol of the pharaohs, the asp, the cobra, to commit suicide, she's taking the ultimate royal symbol. She wants to be linked in to the deep, ancient past of Egypt.
Cleopatra, through her life and death, was obsessed with the traditions of ancient Egypt. At Taposiris Magna, Kathleen believes she's getting ever closer to finding Cleopatra's lost tomb. As the dig season is coming to an end, she's desperate to see if the underground tunnels lead to a burial chamber.
Is it working?
Yeah, because electricity today is good, you see.
Her team has now been pumping out water for 2 days, but power cuts have severely hindered progress.
Water!
Maybe I can go down and try to see, and I will explore.
Should we start?
Uh-huh. I am ready. Okay. So, let's see this door.
This is the first time Kathleen has been able to explore the tunnels. She starts with the one leading away from the temple.
The tunnel still, see? You can see it still continues. It continues. There's still water here. We will go in the other direction now.
With the way forward still flooded, Kathleen has to turn back. She now explores the second tunnel.
Oh, it turns. I will go a little bit more again. It continues. It goes in the direction of the temple. You see, it's a huge cut they made in the bedrock here to turn. This is a great discovery. Definitely something very important. It's happening down here.
These tunnels would have taken months or even years to carve out by hand.
Alhamdulillah.
Kathleen believes they must lead somewhere important.
It was incredible. Now we know a lot about this shaft. Unfortunately, we could not see the end of this tunnel. There was a lot of water.
With her permit about to expire, Kathleen's excavation must come to an end. But there is still a chance that the data from the ground-penetrating radar might reveal if the tunnels lead to a tomb.
Now we are waiting for the GPR results. So I have to be patient and wait.
In Aswan, Alejandro is preparing for a nighttime mission. He's about to transport 6 ancient mummies across the city to a local hospital. He's arranged to use their medical scanner after hours to see what may lie hidden inside these ancient bodies.
Mahmoud, mungkin ma Osama fale la orilla.
For security, a police escort joins the convoy.
Well, tonight we are going to do the CT scan. The idea is to use a non-invasive technology to try to know something about how they were buried, the pathologies, the possible diseases that they suffer, the cause of death, gender, age.
The CT scanner should be able to see through the wrappings to the bones below, but Alejandro is still worried about damaging the fragile remains.
Mummies are very delicate, so you have to think that they have been wrapped more than 2,000 years ago, so they might suffer damages. Well, let's go. Hello? Inshallah. We will arrive in 5-10 minutes maximum, okay? We have to take this opportunity to get as much information as possible. So, we will see.
Alejandro's nighttime activities have attracted the attention of the local press.
I will ask to the journalists, please, to leave to the specialists to make their work.
Please, which one will we start now? Which one?
This one.
Okay.
Yes.
The mummies are wrapped in cloth for added protection inside the scanner. It works by taking a series of X-rays at different angles to create a 3-dimensional image of the body.
We are just checking if the scan was right.
So far, very little is known about these mummies, like how they died and whether they were old or young. Alejandro is trying to piece together their identities, hoping to discover any new clues to make sense of their lives and ultimately their deaths.
En Maduro, the first analysis of the body shows that he was over 60 when he died. So now I have to choose who is going to be the next. Okay, let's go. Well, now we have
something very interesting. Interpreted that mummy was going to be a man, but it seems that it's a woman. We didn't expect that.
As the final body enters the scanner, the archaeologist spots something amazing.
Tiene los amuletos.
Sí, pero los tenía ya.
We have amulets together with the scarab, winged scarab.
Sign of Horus.
Tiene los amuletos.
The scan reveals an elaborately carved amulet in the shape of a scarab beetle. Funerary amulets were often used by the elite to protect the soul of the deceased, and the scarab beetle symbolized rebirth. The scarab was placed over the position of the heart and often had spells written on it. These spells gave instructions to the person's heart to help them during the judgment of their soul.
It's the first time that I can see them in the position, in its position in the body, so exciting.
Out of the 9 mummies Alejandro's team has scanned, this is the only one to have an amulet still in its original position. With such a precious find, Alejandro can wrap up his night on a high.
Now it's 12 o'clock and I'm completely exhausted.
At Taposiris Magna, Kathleen has received news about her radar search for Cleopatra's tomb.
Today is the last day, and the people which are doing the radar, they are bringing the result, and they just told me, we have great news for you. So tell me, what is the good news we have?
We found it's like cavity, big cavity.
Possible chamber?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
I'm gonna cry. Really, I'm so happy. It could be anything buried there, but I feel it's what I'm looking for.
Kathleen's scans reveal a 30-foot wide cavity directly beneath the entrance to the temple. It would have taken ancient workers a monumental effort to build. And if it's a tomb, it must be the tomb of someone important. This could be the perfect hiding place for the last queen of Egypt, Cleopatra. The tomb could hold her royal treasures, and its discovery would be one of the greatest finds in the history of archaeology.
So the room is big, and this
10 meters.
10 meters room? Wow.
For Kathleen, Cleopatra's lost tomb could now be within her grasp.
I'm just really excited and I'm touched. It's something that really important, precious, something very precious that I try to hide there. So I think this is the final stage of my search.
It's been an incredible season for Kathleen and her workers, but with her permit now expired, she must secure the site and continue her search for the chamber next year.
Next season, I will come back. This is the moment that I was waiting for. Now I know exactly where to continue.